Hey guys, tonight we are stepping delicately, corset cinched ankles modestly hidden into a world where beauty meant pain, passivity, and sometimes outright poisoning. The year is 1854. You're standing in your bedroom, staring at the corset laid out on the bed. It looks like a weapon. Because in a way it is. You reach for it. It's made of whalebone and reinforced cotton, its ivory laces long enough to wrap around a piano leg. As you loop it around your waist and begin to pull, the room shrinks. Literally, it feels like there's no more air. Your ribs creak a little. That's normal. You're aiming for the wasp waist, a figure so coveted it made women pass out on staircases and fall dramatically at garden parties. You tighten the laces until your internal organs rearrange like polite guests at a too crowded dinner table. You try to sit. You can't. Well, you can, but it feels like folding a chair made of porcelain. The corset cuts into your hips like a question mark. Why are you doing this again? Because it's the standard. It's not just about looking good. It's about looking moral. A narrow waist meant you had discipline, restraint, modesty. You weren't one of those unruly women with opinions and elbows. You look in the mirror. Your figure has been transformed. The corset flattens your stomach, hoists your bust like it's on a display shelf, and pulls your waist into a near mythical 18 inches. You can practically hear the fainting couch wheeze in anticipation. Outside your window, a neighbor's maid is helping her mistress into a similar torture device. Across town, Queen Victoria herself is likely being laced into hers by a palace servant. Everyone's doing it. Even pregnant women are lightly cinched, though historians still argue whether some corsetry was intended to camouflage or cause miscarriages. Your breath is shallow now. That's fine. You're not meant to move much anyway. Victorian femininity prized stillness. A woman should float, glide perch, not stomp, march, or God forbid run. That would imply urgency or worse, autonomy. A physician once tried to warn the public about corsetry. He displayed a real female skeleton deformed by decades of tight lacing, the ribcage curved inward like a clamshell. The public gasped, then asked where they could buy that brand. You shuffle toward the doorway. Your spine is bolt upright whether you like it or not. There's no slouching in this thing. It's a beauty regime and posture correction tool in one. Good luck coughing, or laughing, or existing freely. But don't worry. Fainting is fashionable. In fact, it's practically expected. That's why every parlor comes with a fainting couch, a graceful place to collapse when the lack of oxygen becomes too persuasive. Society has made passing out look elegant. You sit finally with the grace of a tilted coat rack. Breathing through your chest now, you take tiny sips of tea. You can't eat much anymore, there's no room. Victorian ladies are delicate. Appetite is unladylike. And anyway, hunger distracts from the real priority, not bursting a seam. The corset isn't just underwear, it's your foundation. Literally. Dresses are designed to fit over it, not the body. Without it, you're shapeless. With it, you are sculpture. Painful, breathtaking, vaguely deadly sculpture. A fringe beauty trend emerges: tight lacing parties. You attend one. It's a salon full of women lacing each other tighter and tighter, giggling between gasps. One girl faints mid-sentence. Applause. She wins. You overhear someone mention the corset liver, a pale organ flattened and discolored from years of compression. Another woman proudly declares her ribs are so close she can feel them touching. It's a badge of honor. Like surviving smallpox, except this time you paid for it. There are rumors of surgical interventions some women removing lower ribs to achieve the coveted hourglass. Historians still argue whether this actually happened or if it's just another Victorian myth, like Dracula, or children being seen and not heard. You wonder briefly if the corset is changing you. Not just your body, but your sense of self. You walk differently now. You speak in softer tones. Even your emotions feel laced and tucked beneath silk and bone. It's hard to be angry when you can't raise your voice above a whisper without wheezing. Of course there are rebellions. Amelia Bloomer and her ilk start wearing bloomers and looser bodices. Shocking. Scandalous. You imagine stepping out in public uncinched and feel a chill. It's not just unfashionable, it's improper. You exhale or try to. It comes out as a sigh made of teaspoons. This corset might be slowly killing you, but at least you'll die with a beautiful silhouette. Still, as you gaze out the window at the gray sky, you wonder if future generations will look back and laugh. Will they think us ridiculous? Will they invent stretchy jeans? Will they let their ribs live freely? Maybe. But for now, you stand. Slowly, carefully, gracefully. The corset creaks like an old floorboard. You smooth your skirts, adjust your shoulders, and prepare to go out perfect posture, shallow breath waist like a wasp. You are ready, or at least cinched into submission. Your hair is next. It sits piled before you on the dressing table, a mountain of chestnut curls. Not all yours, of course. No one has that much hair unless they're either Rapunzel or a liar. You pick up the hair rat first. Yes, that's its real name. A bundle of your own, previously shed locks, rolled and stuffed into a net. You've been saving it for months. Waste not, want not. You wind the rat into place at the crown of your head, then start layering your actual hair over it. It's a delicate act of scaffolding pins, combs, pads, and hope. The goal is height, not volume elevation. The taller the hair, the closer to God, or at least closer to the social expectations of the Mayfair drawing rooms. You glance sideways at the fashion plates. Some ladies wear their hair 2 feet tall, with feathers, pearls, even tiny artificial birds perched delicately among the coils. You attempt a modest arrangement with a single silk rose. It looks like your scalp is hosting a garden party. Of course, all this vertical ambition has its consequences. You can't lean back in chairs anymore. You sleep sitting up, hair encased in a mesh cap and swaddled in prayer. You scratch your head with a thin ivory stick like a Victorian back scratcher, and you do not go out in the wind. Sometimes a mouse moves in. This isn't an exaggeration. There are horror stories, half joking, half true, of ladies discovering mouse nests inside their coiffures after weeks without washing or dismantling. Your scalp prickles at the thought. Historians still argue whether this was rare or more common than society ever dared admit. Either way, you suddenly feel the need to check under your hair rat. You brush a few more tendrils into place, slicking them with macassar oil. The scent, sickly sweet and slightly medicinal, clings to everything, including the anti-macassars now draped over every chair in England to protect the upholstery. Your curls shine stiff with pomade. They do not move, which is the goal. Movement implies chaos, and you are a bastion of decorative stillness. Your maid tightens the final pins with the precision of a battlefield surgeon. A sharp one jabs your scalp. You flinch. She apologizes. You nod gracefully, even though your head feels like a weighted marionette. You're exhausted, and you haven't even left the bedroom. Victorian beauty is an architectural endeavor. Your hair must frame your face like a Gothic cathedral, awe-inspiring, fragile, and wildly impractical. It should whisper to the world, I have neither work nor worries, only leisure and a full schedule of piano practice and fainting. You remember reading about Empress Elizabeth of Austria, whose hair reached down to her calves and required 3 hours of daily care. Her hairdresser had to wear white gloves and used raw eggs and brandy as conditioners. Elizabeth reportedly wept when strands fell out. You consider your own hair rat and smile a little smugly. Recycling is nothing new. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. You panic, not because you're unpresentable, but because your hair isn't quite dry. You dab at the sweat gathering beneath the lace at your temples. There's no such thing as dry shampoo yet, though people do sprinkle hair with flour starch and even powdered charcoal. You opt for lavender-scented powder. Now your head smells like a cookie. You descend the stairs very, very slowly. Your neck isn't thrilled. This entire setup is like balancing a Victorian layer cake made of keratin. One wrong tilt, and the whole thing could collapse into a tragic dusty bun. Outside, the wind picks up. You grip your bonnet, hoping it'll shield your towering masterpiece. The bonnet is charming wide-brimmed riband, completely useless against any breeze stronger than a sigh. You move like an anchored balloon, dainty steps, calculated to minimize hairquake. You pass another lady whose hair is even taller than yours. She nods politely, not daring to bow. You both understand. This is the secret sorority of high hair. There is a mutual respect, silent suffering, and pins in places you'd rather not discuss. You arrive at the parlor. There's a tea service, polite conversation, a pianist thumping away at Greensleeves. You pretend to sip, angling your neck, so your curls don't dip into the milk. Someone compliments your style. How elegant they coo. How lifted. You smile faintly because your scalp won't allow a wide one. Later, when you return home, you begin the slow unbuilding process. The pins clink like coins as they drop into the ceramic bowl. The weight lifts inch by inch, like taking off an invisible crown. You massage your scalp, which has been quietly screaming all day. You pull out the hair rat and set it gently back into its velvet-lined drawer, like it's a pet you're tucking in. You think back to your grandmother's stories, how when she was young, hair was parted simply down the middle and worn in a tidy bun. So austere, so manageable. But those were different times. In this era, hair is not a feature, it's a performance. And yours just received a standing ovation from a lady with a lace fan and judgmental eyebrows. You'll take it. Tonight, your skin must look like you've never felt the sun, not once. Ideally, you want the complexion of someone who's been locked in a tower and fed only poetry and ice chips. You sit by the vanity your face bare. The gas lamps flicker softly, casting you in a kind of gloomy glamour. You reach for the cold cream first, because underneath all the layers of artifice, one must start with a smooth canvas. Then the real work begins. You unscrew the little white jar, labeled Venetian ceruse. It's made with white lead. Yes, that kind of lead, the one that peels walls and ends lives. But in 1856, it's all the rage. You dab it delicately onto your cheeks, your forehead, your chin. The effect is instant. Your skin turns ghostly pale, even luminous in the gaslight. You look sick. Perfect. This is the goal, a face drained of life, almost translucent. The beauty ideal is not health, it's fragility. The pallor of someone recovering from a long illness. You want to look like you might perish in a moonbeam. Rosy cheeks are acceptable, but only if they seem like the last flush of a dying rose. The Victorians, of course, loved tuberculosis. They don't call it consumption for nothing. It consumes the body while bestowing a tragic glamour. Sunken cheeks, glittering eyes, delicate coughs, and skin so pale it's nearly blue. You've read the novels. She died so beautifully, they sigh. In death, she was finally her most attractive self. You add a touch of carmine rouge to your cheeks, blending it just enough to mimic fever. Made from crushed cochineal insects, it smells faintly acidic and tastes worse. Though yes, women sometimes lick the brush to get a better application. It's a subtle art, too much rouge, and you look alive. Not enough, and you disappear entirely. Your next move is risky. You uncap the vial of belladonna drops, extracted from the deadly nightshade plant. These drops dilate the pupils and create a soft, unfocused gaze, dough-like, mysterious, vaguely hallucinating. You tip one tiny drop into each eye. They burn. You blink until the sting dulls. Your pupils bloom like dark flowers. The effect is stunning. Also, you might go blind if you do this too often. Historians still argue whether Victorian women fully understood the risks, or if they simply accepted beauty as a slow, stylish suicide. You suspect it's a bit of both. You glance in the mirror now. Your face is a study in restraint. No tanned skin, no freckles, no glow of health, just pure, quiet morbidity. You resemble a porcelain doll left too long in a cupboard, and that is a compliment. Your governess used to warn you, don't let the sun touch you. It's vulgar. Tanned skin meant outdoor labor. Fields, peasantry, people who perspired. In contrast, your complexion suggests you've been reading French novels indoors all day, maybe embroidering something pointless. You remember the trick your cousin taught you last summer, applying vinegar and raw egg whites to peel away blemishes. It works, sort of. Also burned like betrayal. She now uses arsenic wafers. You haven't gone that far yet, though you do dab a little diluted ammonia under your eyes for brightness. Just don't breathe too deeply. Of course, this beauty ideal has its contradictions. Men are allowed ruddy cheeks. Women not unless they're fainting. Or dead. The fashion plates confirm it. Alabaster skin, shadowed eye sockets, maybe a touch of visible veins. Anything less, and people start to whisper that you might be enjoying life. You step back from the mirror and exhale. Slowly, carefully. The powder settles into your pores. If you smile too hard, it might crack. But you won't be smiling much tonight. That's not the point. Smiling is active, energetic, living. You are here to appear still. Across town, in the poorer districts, women tan in the sun all day without choice. They scrub stairs, wrangle children, run to and from markets. Their skin tells the truth. Yours must lie, boldly, softly, and with a touch of poison. You grab your gloves, full-length ivory satin, not just for fashion, but to hide the skin on your hands, which even now might be revealing some telltale spot or freckle. You've heard of women bleaching their hands in milk and lemon juice, or rubbing them raw with pumice stones. Anything to achieve that noble pallor. It's all about appearances, not just beauty, but status. Pale skin is more than a look. It's proof you have the luxury to avoid sunlight exertion and joy. You wear your whiteness like a badge. You step outside for your evening carriage ride. The air is cool. You cover your face with a lace veil, not for modesty, but for UV protection, though no one calls it that. It's just ladylike. You admire the moon. It's the only light source that won't judge your complexion. The carriage bumps gently. You sit still, as always. The rouge on your cheeks barely moves. Your face remains perfect, ghost-like, distant, desirable. A work of art built atop a chemical battleground. You wonder just for a second how long you can keep this up. How many layers before the real you disappears beneath powders, tinctures, and societal demands? But that's tomorrow's worry. Tonight you are beautiful. In the eyes of this era, at least. You pluck. And you pluck. And then you pluck some more. The small silver tweezers in your hand glint like surgical tools, and in a way that's exactly what they are. You're performing a kind of cosmetic surgery, one hair at a time on your own forehead. A high forehead, you see, is the pinnacle of cerebral beauty. It screams intellect, refinement, delicate femininity. Ideally, your hairline should begin somewhere around your scalp's zip code. So you take a deep breath and you pull again. Each tiny sting reminds you this is progress. This is beauty. You sit at your vanity in the pale morning light, eyes slightly watering. One more row, maybe two. The goal is not merely neatness, it's obliteration. No flyaways, no baby hairs, and absolutely no rogue eyebrow curls. Those, too, are under attack. Victorian eyebrows are a tricky business. They must exist, but only barely. You don't want thick, luscious brows. You want faint, noble arches that imply thoughtfulness and restraint. Bold brows are for opera singers. Or, worse, actresses. The kind who speak loudly in public and drink brandy. You take a moment to inspect your handiwork. Your eyebrows are barely there, whispers above your eyes. That's good. Eyebrows should never demand attention. They are supporting characters in the tragic play of your face. Of course, if you've gone too far, and you often do, you can pencil some back in with burnt clove or lamp soot. You just dab a bit onto a fine brush, smudge it gently, and hope no one sneezes near you at dinner. You shift your focus to your temples. Some women go even further, removing the little tufts of hair above their ears. A high forehead alone isn't always enough. The trend part, medieval, throwback, part pseudo-Renaissance, is for a fully cleared facial frame. You've heard whispers that Queen Elizabeth II plucked her hairline into oblivion, and this is her legacy. Historians still argue whether that's accurate or just another bizarre fashion myth that's outlived its origin. Your neck starts to ache, but you press on. Vanity has a schedule. Your cousin recently burned off her side hairs with a candle. It worked, until it didn't. Now she wears a little lace cap everywhere, and no one is allowed to mention the smell. You, being slightly more cautious, stick to tweezers and patience. Mostly. Once the upper half of your face is fully plucked, bleached, powdered, and ghostly, you assess your expression in the mirror. It's soft, ambiguous. You look mildly surprised at your own existence. Perfect. A knock at the door. Your maid enters carrying a shallow dish of rose water and vinegar. You dab it along your jawline, soothing the red spots from all the plucking. It stings, but you pretend it doesn't. That's the game. Later at tea, you find yourself examining the other women's foreheads like some kind of pseudo-phrenologist. That one's a bit too low. That one has stray hairs by her ears. That one's practically avant-garde with her visible brows. You sip your tea politely, but inwardly you're winning. Still, it's not always easy. The fashions shift faster than your follicles. Last season, thin eyebrows were in. This season, they're still thin, but arched thin. Some women attempt to train their brows to curve by taping them at night. Others, more daring, undergo electrolysis, though it's painful and occasionally smells like roasted chicken. You've considered it. But for now, the tweezers suffice. At the library, you flip through a beauty manual titled hints on the preservation of female loveliness. It recommends daily brow brushing, gentle cleansing of the temple area, and complete abstinence from any expression that causes creasing. So no frowning, no squinting, certainly no shock or laughter. Facial discipline is beauty discipline. You make a note to sleep on your back tonight. Pillows cause compression. Compression causes wrinkles. Wrinkles cause spinsterhood. You remember the story of that duchess who had her entire forehead painted nightly with a paste made of white vinegar and crushed pearl. Supposedly, it smoothed her skin until she looked like marble. You wonder what she looked like in candlelight and whether she glowed or simply crumbled. Sometimes you fantasize about eyebrows that actually do something. Eyebrows that arch in suspicion, furrow in rage, quirk in amusement. But those are dangerous emotions. Victorian women should be surprised or serene, nothing in between. As you prepare for bed, you notice a small patch of regrowth at your temples. Already, you sigh. The body always betrays you. You reach for the tweezers once more. Another tiny sting, and another. The future is smooth, unchanging, almost featureless. You pull on your nightcap, lace it snugly under your chin, and lie back gently so your skin doesn't crease. The room smells faintly of rosewater and burnt cloves. Your eyebrows rest quietly above your closed lids like well-behaved whispers. Tomorrow, they'll be examined again. Tonight, at least, they've done their duty by almost not existing at all. You open your mouth to smile and immediately regret it. Your teeth, you see, are a source of daily anxiety. Not because they're crooked or yellowed, though both are likely, but because they are visible. And in Victorian society, the moment something is visible, it becomes a matter of scrutiny, including especially your mouth. Dental care isn't what one might call advanced. You keep a little toothbrush made of horsehair and bone on your dressing table, its bristles frayed like an old broom. Some women use powdered charcoal. Others prefer crushed eggshells mixed with salt and a dash of mint oil if they're feeling luxurious. But toothpaste, as you know it, that's still a twinkle in some chemist's eye. You apply the concoction with a grimace. The salt stings your gums. The charcoal stains your lips gray. And you briefly question if this qualifies as self-care or self-harm. Historians still argue whether most Victorian women had any true sense of oral hygiene, or if the entire process was performative, like so many other beauty rituals. Of course, there's always the fallback, don't show your teeth. A modest woman smiles with her lips closed. Broad grins are for children and stable boys. If you must laugh, do so into a handkerchief. Keep it dainty. Keep it discreet. Still, when you catch sight of your reflection, you wonder, are they getting darker? You've heard of tooth-whitening pastes that include sulfuric acid or burnt alum. Tempting, also terrifying. One woman in your reading circle used nitric acid and now wears a scarf over her mouth at all times. Then there's the matter of breath. Cloves and mint are your allies. You suck on one now, letting it sit on your tongue like a silent prayer. Perfume helps too. You dab a drop under your chin, just in case conversation drifts too close. You sit at breakfast, sipping weak tea, chewing nothing. Victorian meals for ladies are more about presence than appetite. Bread crusts are dangerous. Meats require chewing. Fruits might stain. So you opt for a soft-boiled egg and a careful smile. One wrong bite, and your molar might stage a mutiny. Your aunt once lost a tooth in the middle of an afternoon tea. It pinged into her saucer like a tiny tragic bell. She laughed tight-lipped and insisted it was a seed. No one believed her, but no one mentioned it either. That's etiquette. Of course, there are dentures. You've seen them. Some are porcelain, delicate, and pristine. Others are made from ivory, or even human teeth, collected from the dead soldiers from Waterloo prisoners' paupers. They're called Waterloo teeth, and the term sends a chill down your spine. The idea of smiling with a stranger's enamel in your mouth is Victorian to the core, practical, horrifying, and weirdly poetic. Your neighbor wears a set poorly fitted. When she laughs, they clack like a marionette. Children whisper about her in church. You've vowed never to let it come to that. But dental options are limited. Extractions are done with forceps and no anesthesia. Fillings are made with molten lead. You clutch your teacup tighter. Sometimes you daydream about invisibility. Not magical disappearance, just freedom from the constant surveillance of your own body. What if teeth were just functional? What if beauty didn't live in your mouth? You stifle a yawn. Your jaw cracks slightly. Probably nothing. Still, you run a finger along the gum line, feeling for softness, for betrayal. Later, as you prepare to go out, you select your parasol, your gloves, your smile. You rehearse it in the mirror, lips together, chin slightly down. Mysterious, serene, pleasant, but unreadable. It's the look of a woman who has no dental concerns, who never uses cloves to mask decay, who doesn't think twice about smiling. As the carriage trundles through the gray streets, you pass posters for the latest dental powders and mechanical brushes. Their ads promise breath of violets and teeth like pearl. You wonder who believes them. Likely the same people who believe corsets are good for posture and that arsenic makes you radiant. You arrive at the gathering and step delicately out, mouth closed, expression mild. You speak softly, avoiding hard consonants. You laugh, but only with your eyes. You sip punch, skip the pastries, and keep a single gloved hand near your face at all times, just in case. Beauty in this world lives between clenched jaws and swallowed sighs. That night before bed, you sit again at the vanity. You dip your little brush into the charcoal. You scrub gently, then rinse. A speck of red appears on the linen towel. Just a touch of blood. Nothing serious. You ignore it. You place the brush back in its case. Blow out the candle. Lie back against the pillow. And hope once again that no one notices anything in the morning. You take a breath, or at least you try to. The corset is back this time, tighter, more ambitious. You're preparing for a garden party, and everyone knows it's not just about wearing the dress. It's about fitting into it, like you were sculpted from marble and trimmed with ribbon. And that waist, it must vanish. You lift your arms as your maid laces the back, pulling with the strength of someone wrangling a stubborn sail. The pressure climbs like a rising tide. Your lungs feel smaller by the second, and your ribs begin to murmur in protest. But you don't ask her to stop. Not yet. You're aiming for 17 inches today. Maybe 16 if you don't faint too early. You've heard the stories, tight-lacing contests held in drawing rooms with measuring tapes and fainting couches at the ready. Women collapsing in peals of laughter or perhaps wheezing. One woman bragged she could wrap both hands around her own waist with fingers touching. She's since retired from polite society, rumor has it. She cracked a rib just by sneezing. Historians still argue whether these waist measurements were exaggerated in fashion magazines, or if women truly tortured themselves into these hourglass shapes. Regardless, the effects were real. Corset-induced liver displacement, digestive issues, fainting fits that were bizarrely considered charming. You move stiffly toward the mirror. Your silhouette has changed again. It's almost surreal, your torso cinched into a near conical shape. Your bust, impossibly perched your waist, almost theoretical. You glance sideways and try to exhale. You can't. You nod, once satisfied. Now for the dress. It slips over your head with practiced choreography. Layers of silk lace satin. The fabric clings like a compliment and rustles like secrets. The bodice fits perfectly because it has to. There is no margin for error when you've been sewn into social expectations. You remember your sister's wedding last spring. She fainted during the vows. Everyone thought it was nerves. It was just oxygen deprivation. They waved a fan, dabbed her wrists with lavender water, and continued. No one loosened the corset. That would have been unthinkable. At the party, you glide along the path like a corseted ghost. You sip lemonade with trembling fingers. You sit perched, not relaxed on a wrought iron bench. And you smile. Or rather, you approximate one. Your diaphragm's locked in a cage of whalebone. Laughter is an upper body event now. A lady across the lawn is being relaced behind a rose trellis. Her maid pulls, like she's raising a sailboat in high wind. A small crowd gathers politely, pretending not to watch. You notice the girl's face is turning slightly gray. She's either incredibly fashionable or moments from toppling. You've trained for this, though. You've skipped breakfast. You've only had tea. Your stomach has no protest. To make it was silenced hours ago. Some girls swallow vinegar to shrink their appetite. Others wear corsets to bed, to mold their bodies even in sleep. You've tried that once. Woke up with pins and needles from ribs to toes. Still it worked. The doctors publish pamphlets occasionally, warnings, diagrams of deformed organs, cautionary tales of young women who died mid-curtsy. But society nods and keeps tightening. It's not about health. It's about shape symmetry sacrifice. You walk past a gentleman who tips his hat. My, what a figure, he says with a smile. You nod graciously, even though the compliment is less about you and more about your corset. It's the real star of the show. The breeze picks up. You feel lightheaded, not from the weather, but from the compression. You rest a gloved hand against a stone column and pretend to admire the hedge maze. Inside, your heart flutters like a moth in a jar. Then you feel it, the telltale flutter of near fainting. You've reached the edge. You excuse yourself, slowly and with dignity, and make your way toward the side veranda, where the air is cooler. You've practiced this. Never rush, never gasp. Just glide out of frame, like an actress at the end of her monologue. A maid brings you a glass of water. You take small sips, careful not to break posture. Bending at the waist is impossible. You must hinge at the knees like a marionette. As the sun sets and the garden lights begin to twinkle, you begin to relax. Not physically, of course, but socially. Your corset is still doing its work. Your body is confined, but your appearance is immaculate. You've survived the day with your ribs intact and your dignity undisturbed. Back home, the unlacing ritual begins. You stand with arms out as your maid loosens the laces. There's a moment of silence, like air being let back into a sealed tomb. Your body expands ever so slightly. You inhale deeply. It burns. Sweet relief. You look down and marvel at the red welts left behind. Temporary, yes, but real. You rub at them gently, then reach for your loose linen nightgown. It feels like forgiveness. You sit on the edge of the bed corset, folded beside you like an exhausted accomplice. Tomorrow it will be back. Tomorrow you'll aim for 16 inches again. Or 15. Who knows? But tonight, you breathe. Your hands, folded neatly in your lap, look like they've never done a day of labor in their lives. That's the idea. In the Victorian world, your hands are more than tools, they're symbols. Symbols of class, virtue, delicacy. Rough hands suggest toil, sun dirt. Yours must remain pale soft and nearly translucent like a porcelain doll, just this side of human. You begin your morning routine with a basin of warm milk lemon juice and a dash of powdered borax. You soak your hands until your fingers wrinkle like sugared plums. It smells sour sweet, but the effect is worth it. A visible lightening of the skin, a softening of calluses that don't technically exist. Because of course, you don't do anything. You dry off gently with a linen towel and reach for the bleaching cream. It's a faintly pink concoction that claims to draw out the heat of sun exposure. You haven't been in the sun, but you use it anyway. It's more ritual than remedy. Victorian society values process almost as much as results. You slip on your thin cotton gloves. Yes, gloves indoors. They're not for warmth. They're for preservation. The sun, the wind, even the air itself is a threat to your delicate skin. You've read that some women sleep with their hands in wax wraps overnight, waking with fingers as smooth as ivory. You're tempted. At breakfast, you watch other ladies delicately cradle their teacups with curved fingers' wrists, tilted like teapot handles. It's an art. Never grip, never grasp, and under no circumstances should your palms show signs of tension. Hands must rest, like passive ornaments, not work in limbs. A clenched fist is not just unbecoming, it's alarming. You hear of a duchess who reportedly refused to touch money, believing it too coarse for her skin. She had servants handle all coins and bills. Even within her own household, historians still debate whether this was true or apocryphal. But either way, the lesson remains: touch is vulgar. Distance is divine. Your nails require equal attention. They must be trimmed, not too short, and cleaned under the edge with a bone pick. No polish, of course. That would suggest artifice. Instead, you buff them with chamois cloth until they shine faintly like pearls. Clear. Honest. Quietly expensive. You glance down. There's a faint freckle on the back of your right hand. It wasn't there yesterday. Panic flickers. You dab it quickly with lemon juice, then a touch of rice powder. It fades, but you make a note to check it again before bed. One freckle today might mean 3 tomorrow. And that way lies infamy. Later, as you step outside for a short carriage ride, you pull on your outdoor gloves, soft kid leather ivory-colored hand-stitched. They reach just past your wrists, covering every inch of vulnerable skin. A lace parasol follows not for style, but for defense. The sun is out, and it will try to ruin you. A gust of wind lifts the parasol slightly. You clutch the handle tighter, then remember to loosen your grip. Let your fingers drape, not grasp. Always controlled. Always graceful. At the dressmakers, you admire fabric samples without touching them. You simply nod or gesture with a gloved fingertip. One woman nearby removes her gloves to feel the silk. Bold. Almost rebellious. You avert your eyes, unsure whether to be scandalized or impressed. There's a rumor that Queen Victoria herself favored lavender-scented hand balm, applied nightly and sealed with lace mittens. You try it once and dream vividly of flowers and suffocation. The scent lingers for days, like a whisper on your pillow. By afternoon, you begin to feel the gloves tighten. The heat of your hands has warmed the leather, and a faint sheen of sweat pools in your palms. You resist the urge to remove them. Moisture is manageable, exposure is not, At the tea social, a gentleman attempts a compliment. "You have the hands of a nun," he says, smiling behind his mustache. You nod politely. He doesn't know it's the highest praise you've received all week. A nun's hands are clean, pale, detached from the world. Another woman at the table pulls off her glove to eat a cucumber sandwich. Her knuckles are red, a hangnail. You glance once, then look away. She sees you looking. She tugs the glove back on quickly. The damage is done. In the evening, you sit once more by the window. The sun is setting soft, golden light, falling across your fingers. You move them out of the glow. Even dusk feels aggressive these days. You remove your gloves, carefully, gently, as if peeling away part of your social armor. Underneath your hands are warm, pale, and a little clammy. You inspect them like a jeweler with a priceless heirloom. There's a faint crease on your right pinky, likely from clutching your fan too tightly during that conversation about politics. You make a mental note, never clench during small talk. You apply your nighttime balm, rubbing it in with feather-like strokes. Then you slip on the lace mitts. You don't love the feeling, but you love the promise that tomorrow your hands will look like they've never touched anything unclean or real. You lie in bed, hands tucked delicately over your chest like a lady in a portrait. You wonder vaguely what your hands would look like if you lived differently. If they had lines from books, calluses from work, sunspots from joy. But then you remember, those hands don't get invitations. And yours are immaculate. Your shoes are beautiful, impractical, expensive, and entirely useless in anything resembling weather or movement. You sit at the edge of your bed, reaching for the pair of satin ankle boots resting delicately on the rug. They gleam softly in the lamplight, cream-colored, embroidered, and barely thicker than a biscuit. As you slide your foot in, you feel the familiar tug of too tight seams. That's part of the charm. Victorian shoes aren't meant for comfort. They're meant for suggestion. Small feet suggest delicacy, helplessness, a woman who needs help crossing the street or stepping into a carriage, a woman who clearly doesn't walk far because walking is for milkmaids and people with opinions. The boots have no arch support, no padding, and certainly no durability. The soles are thin enough to feel a cobblestone's judgment, but they're fashionable. And that, of course, is all that matters. You stand, wobble slightly. Then take 1-2 careful steps. The left shoe pinches. The right one rubs at your heel like a secret you're not supposed to tell. You smile. That means they're working. Some women stuff their shoes with lamb's wool. Others break them in with olive oil and thyme. You've chosen the grin and bear it approach. Besides, if your feet blister, no one will ever know, unless you're foolish enough to walk more than 2 blocks, which would be deeply unfeminine. Shoes, after all, are part of the illusion. The pristine satin, the narrow toe, the delicate buttons. They all say, I don't need to run, or work, or chase after anything. My life comes to me. I glide. You remember reading about Chinese foot binding and feeling vaguely horrified. Then you realized you're not so different. Your boots may not crush your bones, but they certainly dictate your movement. Historians still argue whether Victorian footwear was intentionally designed to restrict or simply ignored practicality altogether. Either way, you're hobbled, and that's considered ladylike. You walk to the hallway, your heels clicking faintly against the wood floor. You pass the umbrella stand and glance longingly at your sturdier walking boots, thicker, leather, practical soles, scandalous comfort. You wore them once to a picnic and were asked gently but firmly if you were feeling well. Apparently, common sense footwear is a sign of emotional instability. Instead, you choose another layer of absurdity boot covers, delicate lace spats to protect your already fragile shoes from the filthy world. And you'll need them. Rain is forecast. Of course, if it does rain, you'll likely cancel the outing. No one wants to see soggy elegance. You recall a tale from your governess about a duchess whose shoes disintegrated in a surprise puddle, leaving her stranded on the garden path. Her lady's maid had to carry her bodily back to the carriage. She never lived it down, or walked again, publicly at least. You pause in front of the mirror and glance down. Your hem hovers just above your boots, offering a tantalizing glimpse of ankle. Scandalous. You adjust your skirts. Even a flash of stocking could suggest unladylike movement, or worse intent. You take a few more steps. Your toes are numb now. That's ideal. Sensation only encourages rebellion. A numb foot won't suddenly dart in the wrong direction or attempt to run. Numbness is docility. Docility is grace. On the carriage ride to your afternoon call, you sit rigid knees together, ankles crossed. Your boots peek demurely from beneath your skirts. The gentleman across from you comments politely on the embroidery. You thank him with a nod. He does not ask how far you can walk. He already knows not far. At the parlor, the rugs are soft. Thank heaven. Wooden floors are a menace. Your hostess is wearing pointed toe slippers that look like they were sewn from a jellyfish. You compliment them anyway. She smiles, lifts her foot slightly, she can't go any higher, and says, "I had them imported. I haven't walked in them once." You both laugh gently. Another guest enters, wearing slightly scuffed heels. A collective silence. Someone whispers, "Country visit," and the crisis is averted. You sip your tea, grateful for your own unblemished satin. Later at home, you sit again on the edge of the bed. The moment of truth. You unbutton your boots, slowly, carefully, with the help of a tiny ivory hook. Your fingers are stiff from holding your parasol all day. Your feet emerge like survivors from a shipwreck, red slightly damp, thoroughly indignant. There are new blisters. You count them like medals. You dab rose water on your toes, then wrap each foot in soft linen strips. There's something vaguely ancient about the act, like preparing a mummy for the afterlife. You smile. A small, painful smile. As you lie back, you stretch your legs under the coverlet, and they throb like they're reminding you who's really in charge. But tomorrow, the boots will go back on. Because beauty must float, not walk. And your feet, they'll adapt. Or they'll stay numb. Either outcome is very Victorian. Your wig smells faintly of lavender, and possibly horse. You lift it gently from its padded stand, the curls bouncing slightly unnervingly, like they have their own opinions. It's a rich, glossy brown, close enough to your natural color that people assume it's yours, but luxurious enough to suggest otherwise. Real hair rarely behaves this well, or stays this obedient. Wigs are the dirty secret of the Victorian beauty arsenal. Not dirty in the scandalous sense, dirty in the literal sense. They're difficult to wash, prone to odors, and often constructed from, well, a variety of sources. You set the wig on your head and begin the careful process of pinning it in place. Your own hair has been plaited and flattened beneath a mesh cap. It's not meant to be seen, just sacrificed to scaffolding for this grander facade. The wig is heavier than you'd like. Not quite helmet status, but close. The inner lining scratches your scalp a little, but you ignore it. Beauty is never comfortable. You smooth the top layers and admire your reflection. The curls are perfect, symmetrical, lustrous, vaguely implausible. That's ideal. Of course, you know where it likely came from. Human hair, the best kind, is sourced from the poor. Some women sell their hair for pennies, sometimes willingly, sometimes not. There are tales of children lured into hair harvests and women sheared while sleeping in alleyways. You prefer not to think about it. Still, there's a faint sense of unease every time you wear it. Whose hair is this? What dreams did it once carry? Horsehair is also common, especially for volume. It holds shape, lasts longer, and doesn't tangle as easily. The problem? It smells when it rains. The joke is that you can always tell when a lady's wig is part horse, she bolts for cover at the first sign of drizzle. Then there's corpse hair. You shiver not from cold, but from the memory of that pamphlet passed around during a recent luncheon, The Unseen Trade Hair of the Dead. It claimed, perhaps sensationally, that funeral homes sold hair from the recently deceased to wig makers. The article showed grainy drawings of lifeless women with shorn heads and grinning merchants. Historians still argue whether this was urban myth or under-the-table truth, but either way, you've avoided reading it again. You think about your own wig. It was expensive, imported from Paris. The vendor assured you it was clean, but that could mean anything. At least it's not made from thread or cotton stuffing like some of the cheaper imitations. One girl in your circle wore a wool blend piece during a spring fete. By the end of the evening, birds had begun inspecting it for nest worthiness. You dab a little scented oil along the edges, something floral to mask any unpleasant undertones, and add a decorative comb. The overall effect is impressive, almost regal. You remind yourself your job isn't to look natural, it's to look ideal. At the theater that evening, you notice half the women in the box seats, wearing similar wigs, some better than others. One woman turns her head too quickly, and a section shifts slightly, like a curtain pulled askew. You look away politely. Averting your eyes is the highest form of Victorian compassion. Later, you step outside into the evening air. A cool breeze lifts the edge of your curls. You feel the pins strain, panic, but it holds, barely. You smile and pray it doesn't rain. Your escort doesn't notice, or pretends not to. He mentions your hair looks lovely tonight, especially shiny. You thank him with a demure tilt of the head, careful not to disrupt the balance. Back home, you begin the slow process of removal. The pins come out one by one. You feel each like a tiny exhale of freedom. The wig lifts off, and your scalp breathes. You sigh audibly. Underneath, your flattened braids are slightly damp. You undo them gently, feeling the tug of tension unwinding. There's a small bald patch near your temple. You cover it with your palm instinctively. It's new, or at least worse than last week. The doctor says traction, alopecia. The price of vanity. You massage a little rosemary tonic into your scalp and whisper reassurances to your reflection. It's fine. It's manageable. It's hidden. In bed, you brush your natural hair 100 strokes with a boar bristle brush, as advised by the lady's domestic companion. Supposedly, it stimulates growth and ensures shine. You mostly do it for ritual, for control, for the illusion that you are maintaining something real. You glance at the wig resting quietly on its stand. It stares back in silence. Tomorrow, it will be your crown again. Your disguise. Your perfectly assembled lie. And you You'll make sure no one ever notices the difference. You ease yourself into the bath like you're slipping into something forbidden, because in a way, you are. Bathing in Victorian times is a peculiar ritual, equal parts hygiene, self-preservation, and mild chemical warfare. The tub is freestanding, made of tin, and it creaks ominously as you lower yourself into the shallow water. It's lukewarm, of course. Scalding baths are frowned upon, too stimulating, too modern. Today is a beauty bath, which means this is less about cleansing and more about transformation. You've added a mix of vinegar milk and crushed lavender into the water. It smells like a salad left in a cathedral too long, but it's soothing. Supposedly. Your maid also stirred in a scoop of arsenic powder. Just a pinch. For the skin, they say. Only a little. You lean back and let the concoction seep into your pores. Arsenic in small doses was all the rage for a while. Women swore it softened, the skin lightened the complexion, and added a dewy glow. You've read of women taking arsenic wafers like candy, spacing them out carefully to avoid death. Historians still argue whether these beauty tonics were lethal over time or if the body simply learned to tolerate its own slow sabotage. Either way, you're here floating in diluted poison, hoping to look just fragile enough. You close your eyes. Some women prefer mercury. It's good for treating freckles, or so they say. One cream promises to melt imperfections, which sounds more like a spell than a skincare routine. You tried it once. Your cheek peeled for a week, and someone at tea complimented you on your pious glow. You didn't correct them. You sit upright and scrub gently with a sponge. Nothing too aggressive. You can't risk redness. You aim to look untouched by the world, as if your skin has never been outdoors or laughed or flushed. Victorian beauty is the art of erasure, removing evidence of life to create a statue that breathes. Your arms feel tingly. That's probably the arsenic, or the vinegar, or the collective weight of societal pressure. You exhale slowly and pour a ladle of water over your shoulders. The room is steamy now, the air thick with floral fumes and quiet discomfort. You think of Cleopatra, bathing in milk, and wonder if she ever had to worry about mercury-laced freckle paste. You suspect not. Outside the bathroom, you hear the maid moving about. She'll empty the tub later, by hand bucket by bucket. You pretend not to think about the labor required for your weekly transformation. The basin, the water, hauling, the heating, the cleanup. You only acknowledge the part where you emerge, soft and pale and well-rested. You stand carefully dripping. The floor is cold under your feet. You pat yourself dry with linen towels, no rubbing, of course. Your skin is delicate now, thin as silk. Or so you hope. You catch sight of yourself in the mirror. Damp curls, gleaming skin-flushed chest. You look alive. That won't do. You reach for the finishing steps. First, a layer of rose-scented talc powder patted along the neck and décolletage. It cools the skin and mutes the color. Next, a light dusting of starch and pearl dust across your shoulders. It creates a sheen, not shiny, not sweaty, but ethereal. As if you've been kissed by candlelight, not the bathwater you nearly fainted in. Then the deodorant paste, a mix of baking soda, violet oil, and alum powder. You apply it sparingly under the arms and between your toes. It smells better than it works, but that's acceptable. Victorian society expects you to mask, not eliminate. If anything begins to smell stronger, you simply add more lavender sachets to your corset. You recall a recent beauty column that advised women to bathe in boiled lettuce water to calm their nerves. Another recommended salt and ginfoot soaks to draw out impurities. One particularly bold suggestion involved standing in a copper wash tub and thinking pure thoughts. You tried that one. Nothing happened. You dress slowly, careful not to smudge your freshly powdered skin. The underlayers go on first chemise drawers, corset of course. Each layer reintroduces a little weight, a little pressure. By the time you're fully dressed, it's as if the bath never happened. You feel clean, yes, but also constricted, transformed, slightly unreal. You sit at your vanity and take one final inventory. Skin smooth, hair tamed breath, tolerable scent floral. The arsenic bath hasn't killed you. Yet. That's a win. But you wonder quietly, secretly, what your body might say if it could speak. Would your pores rebel? Would your organs hold a protest? Would your skin, bleached and buffed and brushed within an inch of its life, whisper enough? You silence the thought by reaching for your pearl earrings. Distraction is part of the process. One ritual tumbles into the next. After all, what is self-maintenance in Victorian society but a never-ending relay race of creams, powders, pinpricks, and perfumes? If you pause too long, if you actually listen to what your body is trying to tell you, you might never return. You glance once more at your skin in the mirror. Pale, mattified, poreless. You've succeeded in erasing yourself into acceptability, and yet you itch. Just slightly. A faint, nagging tingle in the crook of your elbow. It might be the arsenic, or the starch, or the fact that your skin is now covered in so many layers of product, it's essentially a lace doily with a heartbeat. You dab a little witch hazel on the spot and ignore it. Outside, the city creaks into evening. Gas lamps are being lit. Hooves clatter over cobblestones. Somewhere far across town, someone is running, imagine, and you can't help but wonder what her skin looks like. Glowing, perhaps. Flushed. Real. But that's not your path. You light a small candle, letting its flicker soothe your senses. It smells faintly of honey and old wax. You breathe it in slowly, gently. Your reflection watches you, silent, pale, nearly still. Tomorrow you might try the egg white mask again, or the crushed violet petal toner, maybe even the elderflower rinse your cousin swears by. There's always something else. Always another layer to smooth, another remedy to test. One more tincture between you and decay. You pull on your nightgown linen and loose the first soft thing you've worn all day. It whispers against your skin, already powdered into submission. You lie back on your pillows, hands folded gently, breath shallow but steady. The bath water is gone now, carried away in buckets. The arsenic has soaked into your pores and settled somewhere beneath the skin. And you sleep not clean, but curated. You are a walking bell tower. At least that's what it feels like as you attempt to move from your vanity to the wardrobe skirts, swishing with enough fabric to make sails for a ship. Your feet disappear beneath layers of linen cotton flannel and horsehair crinoline, all necessary, apparently, to support the illusion that your body is more architecture than anatomy. Today's outfit requires 6 layers. You begin with a chemise and drawers simple enough. Then comes the corset laced tightly by your maid, reducing your waist while lifting everything else to near defiance of gravity. After that, the real fun begins: the petticoats. The first is thin and starched. The second is quilted. The third, heavily embroidered. You pause halfway through the fourth because you're lightheaded from all the bending and cinching. But there's no stopping now. You add the crinoline cage a stiff hoop skirt made of steel and fabric designed to hold everything outwards in a grand bell shape. Victorian fashion must be wide, even if it means knocking over the occasional side table just by turning around. You can barely see your own feet. You top it all with the actual gown velvet brocade layers of ruffled trim. The sleeves puff out like startled pigeons. The bodice pinches the neckline dips. Altogether, your ensemble now weighs nearly 20 pounds. You glance in the mirror and try to smile. You look glorious, also immobilized. Victorian dresses aren't designed for movement. They're for display. Walking is permissible in small, gliding steps. Running is treason, and stairs are your nemesis. You descend them sideways now like a crab in a bonnet. You recall the time your cousin tripped at the opera. Her skirts billowed outward as she fell, and the crinoline flared up like a startled umbrella. She disappeared into a sea of silk and shame. She didn't attend another public event for 6 months. You being cautious, walk with care. Each step is premeditated. You hold your skirt with 2 fingers just high enough to avoid dragging, but not so high as to expose your boots, heaven forbid ankle. At dinner, you attempt to sit. It takes 3 people, 1 to pull the chair, 1 to guide your skirts, and 1 to discreetly shift the back bustle so you don't knock over the candlesticks. Once seated, you realize you cannot lean forward. Your bodice has turned your torso into a plank. You lift your spoon like a crane dipping for fish. You've read etiquette guides warning against taking large bites or eating food that requires chewing. Fortunately, most dishes served to ladies are mushy soft and largely decorative. Today's menu includes aspic blancmange and something described only as cream of mutton. You nibble politely. At one point, you attempt to retrieve your dropped napkin and nearly take the tablecloth with you. You give up. Someone else will get it. That's what maids are for. After dinner, you attend a salon gathering. You're asked to sit on a small settee already occupied by 2 other women in full skirts. It's like attempting to fit 3 hot air balloons into a wine crate. You perch on the edge, hovering slightly, praying no one says anything funny. If you laugh too hard, you might topple. The host's dog wanders past and vanishes entirely beneath someone's skirt. There is mild panic. Several guests lift their hems slightly to search. The dog emerges minutes later, shaken but wiser. You excuse yourself for a moment and attempt to navigate the hallway. The crinoline snags on a doorknob, and for one horrifying second you're tethered. You pause, breathe, untangle. Smile as though nothing happened. This is your life now, navigating furniture like it's a battlefield. Some women have started wearing narrower silhouettes, princess-line gowns, less volume, more freedom. You admire them secretly, but know your mother would faint. Historians still argue whether the move away from crinolines was about feminism or just sheer exhaustion. Back home, you begin the undoing. Your maid unhooks the gown layer by layer, like peeling an onion made of status. The crinoline collapses into a satisfying clatter. The petticoats slide off like melting cake. You finally stand in just your chemise and drawers lighter, freer yourself again. Your body feels smaller without the weight. Your spine uncurls. Your lungs stretch gratefully. You sit on the bed and marvel that for the entire evening you barely existed inside all that fabric. You were encased, not dressed. Still, you fold each layer carefully. These garments are your armor. Absurd, yes, but also necessary. They speak for you before you even enter the room. You lie back, limbs splayed, A faint ringing in your ears reminds you of the dinner conversation, the clinking forks, the music, the tightness, and the weight. Always the weight. You smell like regret, but at least it's floral. Tonight, as you prepare for yet another social engagement, you stare at the array of bottles on your vanity. Tiny glass flacons, stoppers like pearls, labels written in looping script, Eau de Violette Musk, of Eden, Essence of Fern. Each promises to mask the truth that beneath the silk and starch, you're human. Victorian hygiene is an aspirational fantasy. The truth is, full body baths are rare. Daily showers, mythical. Deodorant, not quite invented yet. So you do what everyone else does. You perfume yourself into acceptability. You begin with a dab of rose water behind the ears, then a sprinkle of jasmine along your wrists. Under your arms, a dusting of alum powder mixed with crushed violets. Your armpits sting a little. You may have overshaved with that dull razor yesterday, but the floral cloud helps. The room fills with scent. It's not unpleasant, just intense. There's something slightly mournful about it, a garden that's been standing too long in the sun. You once read that Queen Victoria herself favored a perfume made from white ambergris, basically whale vomit aged to perfection. You think of this as you uncap a bottle labeled Attar of Lily. It smells like powdered sorrow. Your chemise clings slightly. It's warm today, and your corset doesn't help. Sweat gathers under the arms between your shoulder blades, just below the waistline, where the whalebone presses hardest. But you pretend not to notice. Victorian women don't sweat. They glisten, ideally not at all. You remember a column in the Lady's Own paper titled How to Remain Fresh Without Offense. It advised carrying a lemon-scented handkerchief and waving it in front of one's face if overcome by heat. Another suggested keeping laudanum drops on hand to calm fleshly excitement. Neither mentioned the actual odor. You glance at the chamber pot tucked discreetly behind a screen. You used it earlier. Your maid will empty it later. There is no running water on this floor. No indoor plumbing. The basin on your dressing table contains tepid water and a thin bar of carbolic soap. You splash your face careful not to smear your lead-based powder. Some households have begun experimenting with indoor washrooms, lavatories they call them, but there's concern about miasmas, invisible vapors said to carry disease. Historians still argue whether these fears were rooted more in science or superstition, but either way, you'd rather douse yourself in rose oil than risk being the first in your circle to use a flushing toilet. You pull on your gloves, light cotton this time, to keep your palms dry. No one must ever touch your bare hand and feel dampness. That would be social ruin. You tuck a lavender sachet into your corset high above your waist, where it will release gentle fragrance with every breath. A built-in deodorizer, Victorian style. At the gathering, the room is stifling. Too many bodies, too few windows. Everyone smells faintly of something: flowers, spices, soap, or desperation. A gentleman beside you reeks of sandalwood and wool. You smile anyway. He tells you your scent reminds him of spring. You thank him, though internally you suspect you smell like a conservatory about to collapse. Someone faints. It happens often. The heat, the corsets, the nerves. Salts are fetched. Curtains drawn. Fans flutter. Someone lights a candle, hoping the flame will cleanse the air. You inhale deeply through your perfumed handkerchief and will yourself to remain vertical. On the way home, the carriage rattles over cobblestones. You're sweating. Now there's no use pretending. You shift in your seat, feeling the dampness at your back. But when you arrive, you step down from the carriage as if you've never known discomfort. Back in your room, you begin the disassembly. Gloves, first damp at the fingertips, then the bodice stiff with the day's exertion, then the corset unhooked with a sigh. Your chemise is damp under the arms and clings unflatteringly to your ribs. You peel it off like a second skin. You light a lavender candle and sit in your shift arms, raised to let the air touch your skin. It's a small rebellion, a private freedom. You know that tomorrow the performance will begin again. The powder, the perfume, the pretense. You sniff one shoulder, faintly sweet, acceptable. You smile even as you reach for the rose water again. You sit very still. The rouge must settle. Your face is already pale as milk. Thank you, lead paste, but no Victorian lady is truly ready without a bit of health on the cheeks. And by health, of course we mean a dusting of carefully measured cosmetic toxins. Tonight, you're using your favorite rouge carmine made from crushed cochineal beetles. You swirl your brush into the tiny pot tap twice, one must never look clownish, and gently press it into your cheekbones. The color spreads beautifully soft, flushed like you've just come in from a brisk walk in the Alps. You have never been to the Alps, and you certainly didn't walk briskly. The color is vibrant, which is both a blessing and a curse. A little rouge means romantic languor. Too much suggests you've been drinking, or worse, thinking about sex. Balance is essential. You lean forward to inspect. One cheek is slightly darker. You adjust. Now the other looks washed out. You adjust again. This continues for several minutes until you achieve symmetry or something close enough that no one at the dinner party will dare mention it. To complete the effect, you dab just a touch onto your earlobes. Yes, earlobes. You read that in the mirror of beauty and grace, right between the sections on modest nose management and elbow whitening. Historians still argue whether such beauty books were satire or deeply serious. You suspect both. Your lips, meanwhile, receive a hint of tint from red lead paste. You apply it with a soft brush made of squirrel hair. The color is magnificent. The lead less so. You've heard it can cause abdominal pain and anemia. You also heard it keeps your lips full and slightly swollen, so swings and roundabouts. There's also vermilion, of course, mercury-based bright red, and very dangerous. One girl in your sewing circle used it daily until her gums turned gray and her teeth began to rattle. She blamed it on bad milk. You open a tiny drawer in your vanity and pull out a pearlized powder puff. Inside is blush made from red ochre and fat, an old recipe from a time when people lived closer to the earth and slightly closer to death. You apply it to your collarbones for no particular reason except that it glows. It makes your bones look like they belong to someone about to be serenaded. You pause to admire the overall effect. Pale skin, bright cheeks, dark pupils courtesy of the belladonna drops. Yes, you use them again. You look awake, alert, slightly unwell. Perfect. Of course not everyone uses rouge. Some women, very pious women, avoid cosmetics altogether. They believe it's sinful to alter what God has made. You remember one such woman, Aunt Margaret, who once said, "Rouge invites the devil to dance across your face." You saw her at church last week, with noticeably pink cheeks. Perhaps the devil is offering dance lessons. You recall how fashionable it has become to mimic natural blushing. The irony, of course, is that nothing about your current face is natural. Not the color, not the texture, not even the light shimmer on your chin. But this is the Victorian game to labor tirelessly for a face that appears effortless. At social events, you carry a handkerchief, not just for sneezes or ladylike coughs, but to blot. Not wipe is for servants and people with forearms. You blot gently, lifting excess rouge without disturbing the underlying illusion. Sometimes, you catch men watching women apply rouge in secret. It fascinates them, as if the transformation is witchcraft, as if beauty must be innate or invisible, lest it become dishonest. The paradox is exhausting. Later that evening, at the soiree, you notice another lady with far too much rouge. It sits on her cheeks like angry thumbprints. She laughs loudly. People smile, but there's a ripple of judgment in the room. You understand? Her mistake wasn't the makeup. It was failing to make it believable. Back at home, you begin the removal process. It's slow. There are no wipes, no modern removers, just cold cream linen cloths and time. The rouge resists. The red lead stains faintly. You rub gently but thoroughly, watching the color fade back into the cloth like a vanishing spell. You examine your bare face. Pale again. Tired. A little blotchy. You dab rose water on your cheeks to soothe the irritation. The skin underneath is thinner now than it was last year. Or maybe that's your imagination. You wonder quietly how many layers of skin you've scrubbed off over the years. How many powders, creams, and pastes have seeped into you. You wonder if your blood has a slight pink tint by now. But that's tomorrow's problem. Tonight you are clean, bare, and ready to start again in the morning. You keep your hair in a drawer. Not all of it, obviously just the strands you've shed, gathered carefully from your brush each night, like little relics of yourself. Wrapped in silk, coiled like sleeping snakes, they rest alongside ribbons and dried rose petals. One bundle is for repairs, another for art. You reach for a small shadow box near your writing desk. Inside, a delicate bracelet made of tightly braided chestnut hair, your own laced with a tiny silver clasp. You wear it sometimes tucked beneath your glove where no one sees, but you know it's there, like a secret that used to grow out of your scalp. Victorian women love hair. They save it, shape it, even gift it. Hair is memory, sentiment, proof of presence. It's the part of you that lingers long after you've left the room. And so you collect it. Not just yours, your sister's, your mother's, your dearest friend's. Before she married and vanished into her husband's country estate, today you're starting a new piece, a mourning brooch. You open a small black velvet case and remove the setting jet onyx gold wire. The hair will be woven into a tight oval, then sealed under glass. You begin to braid tongue pressed to the corner of your mouth, concentrating. It's tricky. Hair this fine tangles easily. And you can't afford to start over. You recall the time you visited Madame de Vere, a hair artist renowned for her parlor jewelry. Her sitting room was filled with frames, lockets, and wreaths, all made from human hair, twisted into intricate florals, leaves curls. You asked if it was difficult to work with. She smiled and said, "Only when the hair was wept into my hand." You didn't ask what she meant. Some women have entire albums of hair, ribbons dated and labeled, a lock from childhood, one from the wedding day, one from the firstborn's christening, even a snip from a departed pet. You imagine generations of emotions sealed under glass and polished with beeswax. Historians still argue whether this obsession with hair was rooted in sentiment status or simply boredom. But for you, it's comfort. When someone is gone or simply distant, you can still touch them, still weave them into your life. You place the finished braid into the brooch and secure the back. It's beautiful, slightly eerie, very fashionable. Of course, there are less sentimental uses. You open another drawer. Inside your hairpiece, made from your own locks collected over months. When your bun looks thin or your curls refuse to behave, you pin it in instant fullness. You smile at the absurdity. You're wearing your past to make your present more acceptable. At the haberdashery, you've seen advertisements for pre-made switches, bundles of anonymous hair dyed and curled to match popular shades. They sell well, fast. The origin of the hair is never disclosed, but you suspect the same girls who sell their hair to wig makers are also supplying these quiet little luxuries. You wonder if they'd recognize their own strands pinned to someone else's head. You remember a cautionary tale from a magazine column. A lady in Vienna bought a hairpiece secondhand, wore it to a party, spent the evening overwhelmed by grief and malaise. Later, she learned it had been taken from a widow in mourning. The emotional residue, they said, or maybe mercury poisoning. You glance down at your own hairpiece. No melancholy, just mild vanity. Still, you store it with cloves, lavender, and a pinch of salt just in case. Your favorite piece, though, isn't jewelry or an accessory. It's a framed wreath on your parlor wall, made of family hair, mother sisters, cousins, even the baby's downy curls from his first haircut. It took months to construct each strand, woven into tiny leaves and blossoms. It looks like a faded laurel crown. Guests comment on it politely, then quickly change the subject. Hair is intimate. Too intimate, perhaps. And yet, here it is not just hidden under bonnets or pinned into updos, but immortalized, pressed into rings, bracelets, wall art memory. Later that evening, you sit by candlelight, brushing your hair 100 strokes as always. Loose strands gather in the bristles. You smile and pluck them free. Tomorrow's bracelet. Next month's brooch. You're creating your own legacy, one strand at a time. You twist your hair into its nightly plait, tuck the bundle into your silk pouch, and close the drawer. Carefully, reverently. Because in this house, hair is never just hair. It's history. You are dressed in black from head to toe, and yet somehow you're still expected to sparkle. It's been 3 months since the funeral. You are officially in deep mourning, a phase so strictly codified, it may as well be governed by the lunar calendar. Black bombazine crepe veils, jet jewelry, no social events, and absolutely no smiles that last longer than a heartbeat. You sit at your dressing table, fastening a brooch made of jet carved into a tiny urn. Inside is a wisp of hair, your husband's, or rather, the last physical proof that he once existed. You've worn it every day since he was lowered into the ground. You haven't removed your morning gown except to sleep. Your skin, beneath all this fabric, hasn't seen daylight since April. Victorian mourning is not a personal process. It's a performance, a timeline, a hierarchy of grief measured in fabric weight and acceptable social behaviors. For widows, it lasts 2 years, minimum longer if you want people to know you truly cared. Year 1, no colors, no silk, no jewelry, except for jet or hairwork. No parties, no concerts, no church events that involve music. If you laugh even politely, someone will notice. You are to be somber, composed, and slightly broken, but beautifully so. You adjust your veil. It's a heavy crepe, opaque enough to obscure your face in sunlight, but sheer enough for someone to glimpse your sorrow in candlelight. The edges are beginning to fray. That's acceptable. Grief should look lived in. Your gloves are black kid leather. Your handkerchief is black-edged linen. Even your undergarments are a dull gray. There's no escape. Mourning permeates everything, even your petticoats. And yet, you are expected to maintain beauty within the rules. You apply a tiny touch of rice powder to dull the shine on your forehead. Not too much, you mustn't appear vain. You dab a little violet water at your throat. That's allowed. Violet is both a color of mourning and of modest hope. You've read that Queen Victoria wore violet frequently after Prince Albert's death, though historians still debate whether she did it for symbolism or simply because she liked it. You think about the Queen often these days. She never really stopped mourning. 40 years in black. You wonder if that was grief duty or a brilliant PR move. Either way, she set the standard. Now every woman is expected to follow, however reluctantly. You step outside into the hallway. Your skirts rustle like whispers at a wake. You move slowly. Grief is never supposed to rush. At the top of the stairs, you pause not from fatigue, but because descending in mourning garb requires care. The hem catches easily. You've heard stories of women falling down entire staircases and being declared gracefully inconsolable. At the parlor, your friend, also widowed, waits in a matching gown. She nods solemnly. You nod back. There's a certain camaraderie and shared aesthetic despair. The two of you walk together in the garden where color has become offensive. Even the roses look too vivid. Eventually, your mourning period will lighten. That's the phrase they use. Lighten as if you've shed a burden, as if sorrow fades with the fabric. Half mourning will come in a few months. You'll be permitted gray lavender, maybe even mauve, a glimmer of silk, a brooch with color. People will whisper, of course. Already, they'll ask, but she seems so composed. You remember your cousin Eloise, who remarried during her half-mourning period. Her second wedding dress was pale lilac. Some guests refused to attend. Others wept, openly unsure whether it was joy or betrayal. Historians still argue whether mourning customs helped women by giving grief structure or trapped them in a theater of enforced sorrow. You suspect both. The rules make things easier, until they don't. You remove your gloves slowly. The black dye has stained your fingertips slightly. It always does. You rub them with lemon and salt, knowing it won't work. A little black, it seems, always stays with you. That night you brush your hair in silence. 100 strokes, as always. You think of him, not just the man, but the life that stopped mid-sentence. His slippers still under the bed. His scent still clinging to the cuffs of an old coat. You press your palm to the jet brooch. It's cool, solid, comforting. You lie back in bed skirts, carefully draped veil folded neatly beside you. Tomorrow the costume will go on again. Grief with a waistband, sorrow with shoulder seams. You don't know when it will end, but you do know this. Even mourning has a dress code. You can barely get through the doorway without taking something or someone out with your rear. Today, you're wearing a bustle. Not just any bustle, a brand new steel-sprung padded masterpiece designed to make your backside appear dramatic. Impossibly round, slightly hilarious, absolutely mandatory. You stand in front of the mirror, twisting awkwardly to view yourself from behind. It's like being followed by a small, overly confident armchair. It sways slightly when you move. You're half afraid it might develop opinions. The bustle is worn under your skirts, secured with straps around your waist and thighs. Stuffed with horsehair or down, and sometimes yes straw, it creates that unmistakable Victorian silhouette. Tiny waist, monumental posterior. You feel absurd, Also stunning. It's complicated. Your maid helps position the skirt over it, yards of satin and pleated trim. The bustle lifts the fabric so it cascades like a waterfall off a cliff. You look like a very well-dressed question mark. As you try to walk, you must adjust your gait. Small steps, controlled. If you move too quickly, the bustle will bounce, and bounce, and bounce. It's happened before. Your cousin's bustle once sprang loose at a wedding and thumped audibly with each step like a disappointed grandfather clock. Still, you persevere. The bustle is not about comfort, it's about proportion. The hourglass figure can't be achieved with corsets alone. The bustle is the counterweight to your cinched-in waist, the final punctuation mark at the end of your silhouette. Historians still debate whether its exaggerated shape was meant to emphasize fertility wealth or simply fashion run amok. You suspect it's a bit of all three. You recall a particularly avant-garde bustle you saw at the Modistes one with a shelf, a literal shelf, flat at the top, meant to support your skirts, or in theory, a small tea tray. You didn't buy it, but you remain fascinated. Some part of you still wants to try balancing a sugar bowl back there. You head out for your carriage ride. Getting inside is an ordeal. You must sit at an angle perch on the edge and pray the padding doesn't creak too loudly as it compresses. One gentleman tries to offer you help, but quickly realizes he has no idea where to hold you. He bows instead. You nod. Crisis averted. At your destination, you disembark with care. The bustle resists your movement slightly, as if reluctant to leave the seat. You adjust, glide, smile. In the drawing room, the effect is magnificent. Your gown sweeps the floor behind you. You move like a ship with full sails. A young girl stares openly, whispering to her mother. You pretend not to notice, but you do adjust your stance weight, forward bustle prominent. Another lady leans in and murmurs, "What do you keep back there, darling?" Your secrets. You laugh politely. You'd tell her it's mostly discomfort and societal pressure, but that's too long for a waltz. By late afternoon, your lower back begins to ache. The steel springs dig in if you sit wrong. The straps bite into your hips. Still you persist. A faint tingling in your thighs is normal. Numbness is fashionable. You imagine a world without bustles, where clothes are allowed to follow the body, not distort it, where women can sit without geometry. But then someone compliments your divine silhouette and you forget your rebellion for another hour. You walk past a small table and knock over a vase. It wobbles, topples, shatters. Your bustle struck again. You apologize profusely, even though the furniture really should have known better. This happens more than you'd like to admit. Once home, the unfastening begins. The bustle slips off with a sigh. You catch yourself groaning as you stretch. Your back makes a noise like an old stair. You roll your shoulders. Freedom. You hang the bustle on its designated hook. Yes, it has its own hook now, and sit on the bed. Soft. Flat. Real. Your backside, no longer exaggerated, feels modest, almost suspiciously quiet. Still, you know you'll wear it again tomorrow. Not because you love it, but because a bustle, like so many things, isn't just about fashion. It's about shape and space and what women are supposed to occupy. Not too much, not too little. Just the right amount of attention. Right now, you are in repose. Tomorrow, you'll strap your dignity back on one puffed pad at a time and bounce back into society. You blink twice, and the room splits into a soft blur. Perfect. Your pupils are fully dilated now, thanks to a drop of belladonna in each eye, just enough to give you that vacant romantic look the poets love so much. The kind of gaze that says I'm both decorative and vaguely in danger. Belladonna, literally beautiful woman, in Italian is deadly nightshade. Just a tiny drop in each eye creates the desired effect. Wide, dark pupils, glassy with mystery. It makes your irises shimmer like storm clouds, and your stare look entranced. Maybe by love, maybe by fumes. Who can say, of course, you can barely read the print on the invitation in front of you, and everything further than a few feet away has turned into a watercolor painting. But that's a small price for beauty. Right, you blink again. The candlelight blurs. Your maid enters her outline soft at the edges, like a dream you've forgotten. She helps you don your evening gown, a dusky blue taffeta with black lace trimming. Your vision catches on details, the shimmer of thread, the movement of shadow. It's all a little intoxicating. You adjust your gloves, carefully, trying not to fumble. Your depth perception is off, but at least you look heartbreakingly delicate. Historically, this practice isn't new. Renaissance women used belladonna as early as the 16th century, and now Victorian ladies like you are keeping the tradition alive, one dangerously dilated pupil at a time. Historians still debate whether women understood the risks fully or chose to ignore them. Loss of vision, eye infections, even long-term blindness. You try not to think about that. Instead, you practice your best vacant yet sensitive gaze in the mirror. Slightly tilted head, soft mouth. Introspective stare that says, I've recently read a tragic novel and am still emotionally processing it. At the soiree, the effect is immediate. The gentleman seated next to you leans in, clearly fascinated. Your eyes, he says. They're so dreamy. You nod vaguely, because making direct eye contact is impossible. You are seeing 3 of him right now, and one has a mustache he didn't have earlier. Still, your expression is perfect. Soft. Porcelain-like. Like you've never made a firm decision in your life. He offers you a plate of Petty's Fours. You reach slightly to the left, misadjust. Your hand trembles just enough to seem poetic. He picks one up for you, and you thank him. You are now both helpless and charming. Excellent. You excuse yourself and glide carefully to the powder room. The mirror shows what others see, wide, dark eyes that don't seem to blink much. A touch eerie, yes, but fascinating. Another woman is there, dabbing rouge onto her cheeks. She leans closer. Are you using drops? She whispers. You nod barely. My sister went blind in one eye, she says, adjusting her veil. Still worth it, though. You don't know what to say to that. You return to the ballroom and let your gaze drift. Everything has a soft halo. The chandeliers look like stars drowned in milk. You feel suspended in the moment, elegant, unreachable, mildly nauseated. The musicians begin a waltz. A gentleman offers his hand. You accept, stepping carefully into the rhythm. You can't see the floor clearly, but you let him lead. He assumes you're simply swooning from romance. He's not entirely wrong. During the dance, you notice a faint ache behind your eyes, a sort of pressure like your pupils are pushing against the world. You blink, slowly, steadily. The room spins just a little, but you recover. It's all part of the charm. He comments again on your gaze. You seem lost in thought. You are. Mostly trying to remember where the exits are in case you need to sit down before the nightshade makes you keel over into the punch bowl. Back at home, you stand before the mirror and watch your pupils slowly shrink. It takes hours. The light hurts. You pull the curtains shut and move by candlelight, avoiding sharp corners and bright truths. You remove your earrings, your gloves, your gown, one layer at a time until you are just a soft, blinking version of yourself. You wonder what your real eyes look like underneath all that artifice. Less poetic, perhaps, but more stable. You lie down, letting the darkness soothe your overworked vision. And you think absurdly how much effort goes into pretending to look like you're not trying at all. You are already wearing gloves before you even leave the bedroom. Not because it's cold, it's July, and the air is thick enough to chew, but because bare hands are a social death sentence. Gloves are not optional. They are essential. Like corsets, but for your fingers. Your morning gloves are cotton pale cream with 3 faint seams stitched along the back for elegance. They reach just past your wrist and fasten with a tiny pearl button that requires far more dexterity than your corset-restricted body currently allows. But you manage. You always manage. You flex your fingers once, twice. The fit is snug, no room for error or air, or human needs like circulation. You cannot open a letter properly in these. You cannot write neatly, or peel fruit, or turn a page without feeling like your hands have been wrapped in damp parchment. But you wear them, because to walk out gloveless is to broadcast something dangerous, that you might be available or common or working. You might touch something. You might be touched. And that is, of course, unthinkable. At church, gloves are black kid leather. For morning, they are dull gray. For dinner, white. For riding, brown. There is a glove for every activity, even ones that barely involve your hands. You've heard of evening gloves, so long they reach to the shoulder, as if femininity lives somewhere up near your clavicle. You remember your governess's voice, sharp as vinegar, saying, "A lady shows her wit, not her wrists." She also believed in pinching elbows to discourage slouching, but the glove rule stuck harder. You walk to the milliner's shop parasol, tilted precisely to keep sun off your face and gloves. The heat is unbearable. Your fingers sweat. But removing the gloves even to breathe is not an option. Victorian modesty doesn't care about temperature. It only cares about optics. Inside the shop, you examine hats carefully. You do not remove your gloves to feel the velvet brim or adjust a feather. You simply nod at the selections as if your hands are too noble for sensation. Another woman enters barehanded. She's young, flushed with a basket on her arm and a smudge on her forefinger. Everyone notices. She doesn't. She's clearly from the country, or worse, comfortable with herself. You lower your gaze politely. Her presence is too loud. Historians still argue whether gloves served primarily hygienic, fashionable, or moral purposes. Likely all 3. They were thought to protect against disease signal class and prevent the dreadful sin of tactile engagement. Touch was intimacy. Gloves were the barrier between you and consequences. You step into the fitting room and remove your right glove briefly, just to check a small blister from yesterday's bustle strap. The skin beneath is damp, pale, slightly wrinkled, like it belongs to someone else. You flex it slowly, watching the creases vanish. Then you pull the glove back on and button it. The relief of contact is immediate, almost addictive. At the tea salon, everyone wears gloves. You lift your cup with 2 fingers, careful not to drip. The teaspoon is a challenge. You stir as if your joints are made of bone china. No one else seems to notice your awkwardness. Or maybe everyone is just as stiff. You remember the story of Lady Featherstone, who was once seen at a garden party with one glove off. She claimed it was an accident, but rumors circled for weeks. Trying to show off her rings, someone whispered, or her skin. She didn't host again that season. Your gloves have begun to itch, possibly from the starch, possibly from the fact that your hands are now tiny steam rooms. You shift in your seat and pretend it's nothing. You excuse yourself, step outside, and wave your fan slowly. The air, even hot, is better than none. Back home, you unbutton slowly. One glove, then the other. Your hands emerge, red, slightly clammy, smelling faintly of lavender and linen dye. You stretch your fingers and wince. One has gone numb. That seems normal now. You soak your hands in a basin of cool milk and rose water. It helps, a little. You dab them dry and apply hand cream, almond oil, beeswax, a hint of lemon. You massage it in with the reverence of a priest polishing relics. You glance at the empty gloves on the vanity. They look deflated, harmless, but you know better. Tomorrow, they'll return, stiff and waiting, ready to make your hands disappear again. Because in this world, hands aren't meant for grasping. They're meant for display. Your hat pin could kill a man. That's not a joke. It's 12 inches long, steel-tipped, and currently skewering a velvet hat the size of a dinner platter directly onto your elaborately piled hair. You look in the mirror and nod once. The hat isn't going anywhere, unless you want it to, which honestly feels powerful. Victorian fashion is full of unspoken weapons, and none are quite so literal or sharp as the hat pin. You slide in a second one just in case. This one has a tiny glass bead at the end designed to look decorative but function like a needle through upholstery. Between the hair rats, the combs, and the pins, your head is basically a fortified dome. A miscalculation could end in puncture wounds. Your maid once poked herself trimming your fringe. She hasn't offered since, but the risk is worth it. Your hat is spectacular today, deep burgundy velvet with an ostrich plume. It tilts slightly forward, casting a mysterious shadow across your face. You look like a woman with secrets, expensive secrets. Of course, you mustn't remove your hat indoors. That's part of the game. The hat stays on even at luncheons, even in hot drawing rooms. You sit ramrod straight to avoid knocking it into sconces. You learn to sip tea sideways. You've also learned from bitter experience not to hug anyone. Once your cousin embraced you and walked away with your millinery skewered to her lace collar. There are etiquette books, entire books on hat management. When to tip, when to remove, how to adjust. Most advise discretion and subtlety, which you interpret as do not impale anyone in polite company. A fair warning. Still, accidents happen. You recall the infamous incident at Mrs. Haddon's recital. A woman's hat pin snapped mid-recital and flung forward landing with a sharp ping in the baseboard molding. The pianist didn't flinch, but no one sat in the front row again for weeks. Hat pins, for all their danger, are also quietly rebellious. They've been used discreetly, of course, as self-defense weapons. There are whispered stories of women on trams fending off unwanted attention with a well-placed jab. No blood, just enough persuasion. You once read an article about a man who suffered a mysterious puncture on the back of his hand after tugging a lady's glove too eagerly. Historians still argue whether this rising trend of accidental hatpin justice was real or exaggerated to keep men on their toes. You personally believe it was absolutely real. Beyond their utility, accessories in this era carry weight. Not just physical, though your neck does ache slightly, but social. A hat this grand says I have status. I have means. I had nothing better to do this morning than decorate my head like a cake at Versailles. It also says, Don't come too close. You step into the drawing room and feel the usual spatial shift. People lean back, slightly adjust themselves to accommodate your brim. Conversations tilt. You have presence now, defined in feathers and felt. Even your shadow is dramatic. At tea, you sit at a precise angle to avoid brushing your plume against the server's tray. You catch the eye of another lady across the room. Her hat is simpler, smaller, but her pin is longer. It gleams like a rapier. There's a moment of silent recognition, not envy, respect. Later at the park, the wind picks up. You hold your chin high, letting the hat pin do its work. It holds, barely. You've seen others lose their hats to the breeze and undignified scramble through flower beds to retrieve headwear while skirts flap like sails. Not you. Your hat is pinned like a promise. Back home, you begin the evening ritual. First the gloves, then carefully the hat. You reach up, grip the end of the pin, and slide it free. Slowly, reverently. It emerges like a sword from a sheath. You set it gently in its velvet-lined case next to the others. Some are plain, others jeweled. Each one a tiny relic of fashion and defense. You unfasten the second pin. Your scalp thanks you. You remove the hat and exhale. It's like taking off armor. You brush your hair gingerly, avoiding the sore spot where the pin sat all day. A small price to pay for elegance and self-protection. You look at the pins one last time before bed. One day, they might just save your life. Tonight, they've simply kept your hat on. You've done everything right. You've cinched the corset, powdered your skin to translucence, diluted your pupils with poison, and arranged your hair using the collected DNA of your past selves. You've worn gloves to hide your touch hats, to shield your thoughts, and petticoats to bury your movements under layers of silence. You've inhaled arsenic, exhaled rosewater, and disguised your hunger as grace. And still, it isn't enough. Not quite. You stand in front of the mirror one last time tonight. Everything's in place. The lines are smooth. The lashes curled. Your figure is impossibly sculpted. Your hands still bear the faint, powdery outline of gloves, your posture so perfect it hurts. But beneath the lace and satin and starch is a quiet, aching truth. You're still being measured. Not just by men, or matrons, or society at large, but by an invisible ruler pressed to the core of your being. One that doesn't stop at appearances. Victorian beauty, it turns out, isn't just about your waist or your eyes. It's about your moral character. That's what they say anyway. That outer beauty is a reflection of inner virtue. That a tidy bonnet implies a tidy soul. That pale skin means purity. That good posture equals good breeding. And that ugliness, whatever that is, must surely come from within. You've read it in the books. The heroines are always delicate, blushing neat. The villains, red-cheeked, frizzy-haired, loud. Beauty is proof of what's still unclear. Historians still argue whether this was a sincere belief or a tool of control, a way to keep women obedient, striving small. But you don't need historians to tell you that there is no finish line in this race. Just an endless list of rules, remedies, rituals. You tried everything. You whitened your teeth with charcoal and your hands with lemon. You kept your expressions gentle and your voice mild. You adjusted your bustle, your bonnet, your blush. You even bleached a freckle off your ankle. And someone still whispered behind their fan that your cheek looked a little too pink. Someone still raised an eyebrow at your laughter. Too bold. Someone still leaned in to ask if you were really mourning because your veil didn't quite droop correctly. There's no victory here, only maintenance and exhaustion. You begin to undress, one glove then the other. The buttons are stiff. Your corset unlaced slowly, like the loosening of a secret. Your gown slips off in one movement, a puddle of silk at your feet. Each petticoat folded and laid flat. Each hairpin set aside. One layer at a time, you return to yourself. Your nightdress is soft, worn, unbleached. No crinoline beneath it, no poison in it. You run your fingers across your bare arms and feel the faint ridge left by the corset. You press it gently. It feels like memory. You glance toward the drawer where you keep your hair. The wreath, the sachets, the jet brooch, the pins, all the fragments you've carried to prove that you belong. Then you sit on the edge of your bed and breathe, not delicately, not performatively, just breathe. You're not meant to be seen like this. Not as a whole human. Not all at once. The system prefers you in fragments. Waist, smile, hands, brows. Parts to be evaluated, approved, dismissed. But you're still here, the sum of all your efforts, and something more. Not pretty enough, not perfect, but completely stubbornly alive. And that perhaps is the final rebellion. So now you lie back. Gown loose around your ankles. The air still warm from the candle, the sheets cool against your knees. The sounds of the house quiet except for the soft tick of the clock and the hush of the wind pressing gently against the windows. The corset is folded away. The hairpins are resting in their velvet box. Your hands, finally bare, rest loosely on your stomach. You feel your ribs rising now evenly. No pressure, no posture, just rhythm. The puff of air from the open window smells faintly of garden soil and old rain. Outside, someone closes a gate. Somewhere far off, a horse stamps and shakes its bridle. Inside, all is still. The candles burn low. Shadows soften. Your skin is clean now, unpainted. The flush has faded from your cheeks, and in the low light your face looks unfamiliar but peaceful. You let your eyes close. Your breath slows again. Let the bustle go. Let the pins fall. Let the rouge wash away. You don't need to pose for anyone now. Not tonight. Just you wrapped in quiet, held by the dark. A woman no longer made of lace and ash and arsenic, but breath and warmth and story. And maybe that's enough, just for tonight. We slip back to a world where gaslight flickers behind thick velvet curtains. The air smells faintly of beeswax and lavender, and your days are structured by calling cards, corset laces, and the occasional cholera outbreak. You're a young Victorian woman, which means you've got rules to follow, posture to maintain, and about 6 layers of petticoats between you and freedom. You probably won't survive this, not without tea sarcasm, and at least one respectable hobby. You begin your evening in the drawing room, surrounded by sisters, cousins, or perhaps a watchful governess who hasn't smiled since the Crimean War. There's a soft murmur of voices, and the clicking rhythm of embroidery hoops, thread pulled, taut needle-jabbed silk gliding through linen. You're stitching a floral sampler, and while your hands work, your ears stay busy gathering whatever scandal floats in the air. Embroidery isn't just a pastime, it's a quiet declaration of femininity, patience, and social standing. Every stitch is a symbol of virtue. You don't just sit still, you produce something delicate, useful, or beautiful. Sometimes all three, depending on how much lace your piece involves. You're expected to perfect this skill early, starting around age 5 often with alphabets and tidy rows of daisies. But don't let the innocence fool you. By 16, You're not just embroidering little birds, you're hiding your inner rebellion in elaborate monograms and thorny roses. One wrong stitch might betray a bad mood, one unpicked corner, a broken heart. Historians still argue whether some motifs in Victorian embroidery had secret meanings, like morning courtship or even quiet acts of protest. The parlor around you is heavy with cushions, antimacassars, and the constant presence of the lamp. That glass-domed monster hisses gently and smells like something that could kill a canary in seconds. And yet, it's your only light source for fine handwork. You squint. You wince. Your back is aching, but heaven forbid you slouch. Occasionally you pause to warm your fingers by the fire, though not too close. A spark once caught in the hem of a cousin's crinoline. And let's just say, no one's played charades since. This hobby might look passive, but it has layers just like your wardrobe. There's a technicality to satin stitch, a geometric satisfaction in black work, and a soft flirtation in adding someone's initials when no one's looking. It's intimate, intentional. Sometimes as your hands move, your mind wanders. You think about last week's carriage ride, the way Thomas looked at you, or that dreadful poem he quoted. Embroidery gives you space to dream within the tightly sewn borders of polite society. And if you're well-to-do, your work might be purely decorative. But if you're middle class, there's pressure. Your sampler will be inspected by aunt suitors and the odd neighbor who smells of mothballs and judgment. You embroider gifts, chair covers, napkins, baby bibs for children not yet born. And you do it all in silence, except for the occasional whispered ouch when you stab yourself. In wealthier homes, embroidery becomes a social event. Think sewing circles with tea crumpets and more gossip than a broadsheet. You talk about engagements, the new milliner, or whether Queen Victoria herself actually embroiders or just says she does. You trade patterns, borrow silks, and one daring friend insists on stitching in red, which feels almost scandalous. Is it symbolic of passion, or just her being bad at threading the needle? Here's a strange twist. Embroidery wasn't just for women. Military men returning from campaigns often embroidered as a therapeutic act, especially after traumatic injuries. Some of their pieces survive, stitched in thread, dyed with battlefield blood. So next time someone calls your roses dainty, remind them embroidery also stitched up the wounded both literally and emotionally. In some households, embroidery coexists with lace making, a hobby you find slightly terrifying. You watch older women manipulate dozens of bobbins with hypnotic precision. Their hands blur, the pins dance. Lace emerges like spiderwebs, light, delicate, but quietly deadly if misused. There's that story of Lady Abernathy's lace collar getting caught in a horse carriage wheel. Instant drama, total ruin. Allegedly, her ghost still demands thread refills. There are other tools in your kit: mother-of-pearl scissors, embroidered needle cases, silver thimbles engraved with initials or secret messages. One girl you know hides tiny dried violets in hers. You're not sure why. Maybe it's romantic. Maybe she's just odd. Even your sewing box is a miniature world. Compartments, ribbons, tiny drawers with mysterious contents like hair clippings or old buttons from a deceased relative's coat. There's a whisper of witchcraft about it, even if you'd never admit it aloud. And of course, there's the obligatory project that never ends. Every Victorian woman has one. A quilt that's mostly patches and excuses. A table runner that's somehow cursed. Yours is a fan-shaped pillow you've restarted 4 times. You swear it mocks you from across the room. Outside, the fog thickens. Carriages rattle by. Inside, your stitches steady you. They're a rhythm, a ritual. They give shape to waiting for letters, love, or spring. In a world where you can't vote or own property alone, you can still create beauty. And yes, beauty can be radical, especially when sewn in silk and carried quietly from room to room. You close your embroidery kit with a satisfying snap, the silver clasp echoing faintly through the still parlor. It's time for something quieter, something a little more reflective, literally and figuratively. You reach for the delicate leather-bound book, with a pressed violet on the cover edges softened from years of gentle handling. Inside, between the pages, entire gardens sleep. Pressed flowers, your secret scented archive. You lift a page, and there's a pansy perfectly flattened its velvet petals, holding on to the faintest memory of spring. Next to it, a note in spidery ink, June Lady Grenville's garden party. You were wearing pale yellow. He was wearing a cravat tied too tight. This hobby flower pressing isn't just a lovely way to kill time before your next eligible suitor arrives. It's practically science, or at least Victorian science. You learn to identify, label, and preserve plants using nothing but blotting paper books stacked high and a faith in patience. There's no instant gratification here. You won't know if your rose dried well until weeks later when you crack open a textbook and find it either perfectly crisp or distressingly moldy. The entire process feels like something between herbal medicine and a seance. First, you harvest. In full skirts and straw hat, you venture into the hedgerows carrying shears, muslin bags, and a small sense of superiority. City girls, you tell yourself, wouldn't know a primrose from a poisonous datura. You, to be fair, aren't totally sure either. Historians still argue whether Victorian flower pressing was more about sentiment or science. Some women catalogued specimens as amateur botanists, complete with Latin names and geographic notes. Others pressed blooms purely for nostalgia, building albums that read more like poetic diaries than scientific records. You keep yours a mix of both. There's a page of carefully labeled ferns, polypodium, vulgar, dryopteris, phylloxmas, next to a buttercup labeled simply Picnic with Eliza. We laughed. Because what else do you do when you can't roam freely, choose your career, or openly declare your romantic interests? You press them flat between chapters and revisit them when the days get especially gray. You probably keep your flower book near other ladies' manuals, the kind with titles like The Complete Guide to Refinement or Petals and Poetry, The Moral Language of Nature. These books insist every flower means something. A white rose, purity. A poppy, sleep, or worse, forgetfulness. You once pressed a forget-me-not and then forgot about it. Irony blooms in silence. There's also the scandalously enjoyable challenge of smuggling the occasional forbidden plant into your collection. Belladonna, foxglove, mushrooms that shimmer strangely in the dark. Technically, they shouldn't be there, but no one checks a pressed flower journal unless you give them a reason to. And besides, it adds drama. Occasionally, you and your friends trade pages like calling cards. A pressed daisy from Miss Howard, a marigold from the girl with the green-tinted spectacles who might be a witch. You tell yourself you're cultivating nature, but it's really an emotional map, each flower a pin in the heart. Sometimes you press herbs too, not just for their botanical properties, but for their mystery. Lavender for sleep, rosemary for memory, basil for, well, possibly hexes. One of your pressed sprigs came from a kitchen garden behind a very suspicious aunt's house, and you're fairly sure it hums if you hold it after midnight. The equipment for this hobby is charmingly analog layers of blotting paper, heavy books, and the occasional weighty Victorian object, a candlestick, a dictionary, a ceramic spaniel from the mantelpiece. You assemble your stack, flatten your flower, and wait. The wait is the point. In a world of rapid gossip but slow mail, you learn to live inside the pause. Pressed flowers often show up in crafts. You paste them into albums with ornate borders. You make bookmarks for long sentimental novels. Some girls even arrange them into framed collages, though the true artists shape entire landscapes out of moss and petals like some floral fever dream. Of course, no hobby is safe from commercialization. By the 1870s, kits for flower pressing are advertised alongside mustache wax and liver tonics. A proper young lady could buy pre-cut album pages with gilded edges and pre-printed Latin fields. The Victorians loved turning art into homework. And yet there's freedom in it. Real freedom. You can experiment, even document regions and species far beyond your doorstep. Especially if your family travels. A flower picked in the Lake District gets a page next to one gathered from the gardens of a French cousin. You're building a floral passport. There's also a subtle power in pressing something ephemeral and keeping it forever. A bloom that would wilt in a day now lives as a whisper of color, scentless and still, but yours. And maybe that's why it lingers as a favorite. It's private. No one tells you what to press. No governess inspects your margins. No fiancé reads your annotations. Did you know Queen Victoria herself had an extensive pressed flower collection? One book still survives, rumored to contain clippings from her wedding bouquet. Historians marvel at its preservation. One also found a daisy labeled Albert and got suspiciously teary-eyed about it. Not all pressed flowers are sentimental, though. Some are medicinal. A handful of women, quiet rebels in wool skirts, use pressing as a step toward actual scientific study. They corresponded with naturalists' documented fungi and made notes about soil types. These weren't just Tea Party hobbyists. These were proto-botanists pushing at the edges of what women were allowed to know. And one day, perhaps you'll send your pressed flower page to a magazine. Anonymously, of course. They might print it, or they might use it as kindling. Either way, it's no longer just a hobby. It's a little act of presence, pressed quietly between the pages of someone else's world. You set your flower album aside and stretch your fingers a little stained from handling old ink and violets. Outside, the fog has thickened into something almost tactile, curling against the windows like a lazy cat. It's the perfect backdrop for your next quiet indulgence. You pull a sketchbook from beneath the sofa cushion, your secret one, the one without any moral proverbs or watercolor bunnies. The pages are filled with soft graphite brown smudges, the occasional ink blot where your hand trembled or the dog barked. Drawing for a Victorian woman is equal parts escape and discipline. You perch by the window spine perfectly straight and begin sketching the street below. Cobblestones, a crooked chimney, a boy chasing a hoop. You press harder on the pencil. That chimney looks suspiciously like your uncle's nose. Drawing is one of those ladylike hobbies that's socially sanctioned and quietly subversive. It teaches you to see, to notice what others pass by the curl of an iron gate, the moss along a stair, the strange slope of a stranger's brow. You aren't just decorating pages, you're documenting, observing, sneaking curiosity past the censors. In wealthier households, art tutors are brought in. He's usually a very serious man with a tragic mustache and a strong opinion on chiaroscuro. He brings still life setups, bowls of fruit, a taxidermied squirrel, a jug no one is allowed to touch. You pretend to care, but your real joy lies in drawing people. Faces, gestures, the way your sister tilts her head when she's lying. Of course, sketching wasn't always seen as proper. Historians still argue whether women's art was genuinely encouraged or merely tolerated as decorative fluff. Watercolors, not oils. Society insisted because oils suggested ambition, passion, a desire to sell something, heaven forbid. So you play the game. You use pencil and watercolor. You paint roses, seashells, perhaps the family cat. But in the margins, you draw that pickpocket from the market, the crying girl with the chipped tooth, the woman in boots too fine for her dress. Sketchbooks don't judge. They record. And that's the secret thrill. Sometimes you draw by gaslight, even though everyone says it's bad for your eyes. You squint at the shadows, watch how the flame dances across the wallpaper. The parlor flickers. The sketch shifts. You add the movement in quick strokes. One day, you'll capture it just right. The light, the hush, the sense of everything about to change. You keep your pencils in a tidy case with braided loops and fraying velvet. The graphite ones are your favorite. They glide like a whisper and don't smell like crushed beetles, unlike certain red inks. You've also got a few stubs of colored chalk, mostly for flowers and fashion sketches. One stubborn friend insists on using charcoal, which makes her look like she's been sweeping chimneys. She doesn't care. She's already been warned she'll never marry well. Fringe fact incoming: some women sketched corpses, not morbidly artistically. Death masks were a thing, sure, but if you were quick with a pencil and had the stomach for it, you could immortalize a loved one on their deathbed. There's even a well-documented case of a woman who kept sketching during a funeral, hiding her notebook behind her handkerchief. Victorians were nothing if not emotionally layered. You sometimes go outside to sketch. There's a narrow park where the elms bend just so, and a fountain that never quite works. You sit on a cold bench, skirts tucked neatly, pretending not to shiver. People pass by. They glance. Some smile. A few tut. One man stares for too long. You turn the page. There's also a tension here. Sketching in public isn't quite scandalous, but it's not entirely invisible either. A woman drawing in the open means she sees things. And if she sees, perhaps she also understands. Maybe she even remembers. That makes people nervous. In private, you sketch from memory, dreams, fancies. You once drew a night with your cousin's jawline and never showed anyone. Another time, you tried to capture what it felt like to fall asleep listening to rain and ended up with a page full of smudged spirals. That one's your favorite. Not all drawings are innocent. Some girls draw their governesses in compromising poses and hide them under the mattress. Others pass around caricatures at sewing circle. You saw one last week, the vicar riding a pig. No one confessed. Everyone laughed. Sketching also becomes a tool of commentary. You draw the tea service and add a serpent in the teacup. You illustrate your mother's endless monologue with a speech bubble full of moths. Satire lives quietly in the margins of your life. You admire professional artists like Elizabeth Siddal, who started as a model and became a painter in her own right. There's even a rumor she dug up her own poetry manuscript from her grave. Historians still argue whether that story's metaphor, madness, or just terrible family planning. Still, you don't have grand ambitions. Or maybe you do, but you keep them tucked behind polite smiles and tightly closed sketchbooks. For now, you draw for yourself, for your sanity, for the small satisfaction of turning blank paper into something that wasn't there before. Your current project is a long panorama, 8 joined pages, unfolding like a secret map. It shows your street, your neighbors, the gossip-prone postman, and a chicken that refuses to stay in its yard. It's silly. It's perfect. It's your world drawn in pencil and sly humor. And when your father walks in, nods vaguely, and mutters something about nice trees, you smile sweetly and don't tell him that those trees are actually thinly veiled metaphors for society's crushing expectations. Because really, what would be the fun in that? You're still thinking about the sketch of your neighbor balancing an umbrella and a live chicken when the housemaid walks past, humming a few off-key bars of something suspiciously operatic. That's your cue. You rise slowly, with the kind of restraint only 3 petticoats and a snug corset can inspire, and glide across the parlor floor to the pianoforte. The keys stare back at you, ivory and judgmental. It's practice hour. Music isn't optional. It's expected, like table manners or dying quietly in childbirth. You sit down, fingers hovering, and begin the evening's lesson. A nocturne which sounds romantic until you realize your wrist hurts and the stool wobbles. Your governess once said, "A young lady must play the piano as if no one is watching and yet well enough to marry." No pressure. You strike the opening chord slightly sharp and feel the vibration move through the keys into your palm, up your spine. Music, like so many Victorian hobbies, is both pleasure and performance. Your audience, if present, is rarely impressed, unless they're a suitor. Then they are contractually obligated to compliment you on your light touch. The pianoforte is more than just an instrument. It's a fixture, a declaration of class. No self-respecting family with social aspirations skips it. Even if no one can play it, still sits there brooding under a lace runner, bearing candlesticks and the weight of future disappointment. You remember your first lessons, how awkward your fingers felt, how the metronome ticked like judgment incarnate. Eventually, you learn to float through arpeggios and not cry when Aunt Margaret criticized your tempo. Now, you can fake confidence, but not emotion. That still leaks out between bars, despite your best efforts. You're not alone in your musical training. Every girl you know plays something, usually the piano, but sometimes the harp for the glamorous ones, or the violin for the rebellious. Singing is encouraged too, but only in groups, and never anything that hints at passion. Hymns? Yes. Opera? Only if heavily edited. One friend was caught playing Chopin with feeling and was forced to switch to Methodist hymnals for a full month. Historians still argue whether this was about morality or just an intense dislike of rubato. The most common musical event in your world is the salon performance, a cozy candlelit horror where young ladies play pieces they've practiced 100 times and still forget halfway through. Everyone claps politely. The old man in the corner pretends not to nap. Someone's uncle inevitably sings an Irish folk song no one requested. You dread these events and secretly adore them. They're where courtships begin, rivalries flare, and small rebellions flourish, like the time you played a Debussy prelude and told your aunt it was Bach. She clapped extra hard. You didn't correct her. Your sheet music is a layered time capsule, handwritten annotations from former tutors, dried petals from a distracted afternoon, and ink splotches where your cat walked across the page. You treat each page like a diary entry. This sonata, the one you banged out after Caroline stole your hair ribbon full of rage and perfectly articulated octaves. Of course, not all homes can afford a proper instrument. Some girls practice on silent keyboards drawn in chalk. Others share a piano with four siblings and a perpetually grumpy uncle who insists music is for Catholics and dilettantes. And yet they still play. Because music, even when cramped and cracked, fills a room like nothing else can. Fringe fact: there were actually some musical inventions marketed just to Victorian women. Ever heard of the piano cushion muffler? It lets you practice silently while still appearing industrious. A true miracle for anyone with thin walls and an easily startled parrot. You keep playing, working through a series of finger exercises designed to reduce you to a numb automaton. Your pinky misbehaves. You scold it mentally. The cat jumps on the bench. You keep going. Sometimes you slip into improvisation, dangerous territory. Your fingers wander into a minor key, and suddenly the room feels different, like you've summoned something. You stop, glance around, then resume your assigned piece. That's the line you're never supposed to cross creativity without instruction. But some women did cross it. Clara Schumann performed and composed while raising 7 children and enduring Robert's spiraling madness. Fanny Mendelssohn wrote symphonies under her brother's name. Even Queen Victoria dabbled in song, though to be honest, you suspect she only liked lullabies and anything with the word empire in it. In your dreams, you're on a stage. Not a parlor stage, but a real one, with footlights and applause that feels earned. You play something bold, your fingers fearless, and no one asks whether it's suitable for ladies. In real life, you'll settle for a wink from your cousin's friend and the good chocolate biscuit at tea. Your final note echoes softly, fading into the layered hush of the house. You close the lid of the pianoforte and flex your aching hands. The music lingers, not just in the room, but in your bones. You've done your duty. You've performed your femininity. And still somewhere in all those scales and sonatas, you found a little piece of yourself. Music is an art, a mask, a means of survival. And like so many Victorian hobbies, it's at once beautiful and bruising. But when the notes align, when your fingers know the path, before you even think, there's a kind of quiet magic that no etiquette book can touch. You leave the pianoforte behind your fingers, still tingling slightly from the final trill. But you know better than to sit idle. The fire crackles, and the drawing room now hums, with a different energy lighter, giddy touched, with just enough mischief to ward off the usual boredom. It's time for games gossip, and a little amateur fortune-telling, also known in the polite world of Victorian parlor hobbies as tea leaf reading and table games. You settle into a cushioned chair, the kind that swallows your lower back, but offers no actual support. A silver tray of teacups makes its ceremonial rounds, each one delicate floral and slightly chipped. Yours is lavender-tinged porcelain with a faint crack that you're certain tells its own tragic story. You sip the milky brew, far too sweet, and wait for the leaves to settle. It's time to divine your fate. Taxiography, or the reading of tea leaves, became unexpectedly fashionable in Victorian England. Historians still argue whether it rose from Romany traditions or was simply invented one rainy afternoon by a bored lady with nothing left to embroider. Either way, it's become a pastime both thrilling and completely without consequence. Which, let's face it, makes it perfect. You swirl your cup 3 times clockwise because that's what Clarissa insists is correct, and then peer inside. The dark tea leaves cling to the porcelain in strange little clumps. Clarissa leans in, squinting like a miniature sorceress. That looks like a ship, she says. You're going on a journey. You point to the blob near the bottom, and that she frowns. Either a dog or a scandal. You hope it's a scandal. You could use one. While not everyone takes tea reading seriously, there's an odd thrill in pretending. The shape of your future swirling among leftover Earl Grey feels like a better bet than your mother's matchmaking plans or your father's unspoken mortgage anxiety. Even if it's nonsense, it's your nonsense. And besides, Victorian ladies had a complicated relationship with belief. You're told to be rational and God-fearing, yet also warned about fairies, spontaneous combustion, and what happens if you sleep with your mouth open on a Friday. Fortune-telling scratches that deliciously irrational itch. It gives your mind a velvet-lined escape hatch. But tea leaves aren't the only way to pass time. Once the cups are emptied and lightly rinsed, or not, you're building your immune system. The real chaos begins parlor games. You play with cards, dice, and anything that makes noise and allows for playful shrieking without damaging the furniture. Charades is a favorite. So is The Minister's Cat, a word game that somehow always ends in mild humiliation and uncontrollable laughter. Tonight, however, it's dominoes. Not the pub version played by men with ale and missing teeth. This is ladies' dominoes, and it's oddly cutthroat. The ivory tiles click and snap against the polished table, and you make a mental note never to underestimate Miss Beatrix again. That girl plays like she's settling scores from past lives. Dominoes, backgammon, even homemade card games. These aren't just distractions. They're subtle social tools. You watch how people react to losing. Who cheats? Who blames the maid? Who blushes when they draw the queen of hearts? You once saw a girl fake a swoon just to avoid a penalty round. It was artful. She hit the carpet with just enough drama to impress the young man watching, but not so hard that it disturbed her hairstyle. We stands the effort. And here's a quirky little truth. Some Victorian women wrote their own board games. There's a surviving 19th century game called the Game of Matrimony, which involves landing on squares, like acceptable dowry, advance 3 spaces, or mismatched curtains lose 1 turn. Historians laugh, but also wonder if the satire was accidental or pointed. Even the game pieces had personality. Your set includes a carved bone cat, a miniature bishop, and a token that looks suspiciously like a disgruntled beetle. No one knows where it came from. It's bad luck to play without it now. Of course, not every game is benign. There's always the danger of unsupervised interaction. 1 round of consequences. A collaborative writing game where each person adds a sentence without seeing the others recently resulted in a shocking tale about a vicar, a bootmaker's daughter, and a loaf of bread. Mrs. Farnsworth fainted. Twice. And let's not forget forfeits, a staple of any good parlor game. If you lose, you might be asked to recite poetry backward, mimic the family dog, or worst of all, whisper a secret into a folded fan and pass it around. It's thrilling and terrifying. And you live for it. Games create space for flirtation too, albeit in coded gestures and accidental hand touches. You're not allowed to make the first move, but if you let your domino tile fall a little too close to his fingers, well, who's going to arrest you? Sometimes you play truth games, especially when the grown-ups are distracted. You take turns asking, have you ever kissed someone behind the conservatory? Would you marry for money? What would you do if you could spend 1 day as a man? Your answer, I'd whistle in public and walk home alone after dark. The girls nod. They get it. Tea games. parlor games, mind games. It's all part of the same evening symphony, polite on the surface, wild underneath. A way to test boundaries without ever stepping too far. And when the fire burns low and someone yawns theatrically, the games wind down. A few girls swap shawls and tuck away playing cards. Someone clears the dominoes. You cradle your now cold teacup and glance at the leaves again. This time, you swear they form a heart, or a horseshoe, or maybe a hedgehog in a bonnet. You smile. The future, like most good games, doesn't need to make sense to be entertaining. The fire's gone soft in the grate, now more glow than flame, and the room is thick with the scent of burnt sugar and a faint trace of scorched wool. You suspect someone sat too close again, probably Beatrix with her elaborate shawl made of who knows what. She claims it's alpaca. It looks like grief. You rise quietly, excusing yourself from the dwindling tea crowd, and head toward the small work table by the back wall. The good scissors gleam. The glue pot is still warm. Tonight you're crafting, but not just any genteel paper flower or sentimental ribbon project. Tonight you're entering the strange, glossy world of wax fruit and taxidermy. You heard me. Dead birds. Let's start with the fruit, shall we? Victorian ladies, especially those trapped indoors by weather or class or chronic fainting spells, were drawn to hyper-realistic art forms. Wax fruit making a popular domestic craft. Let them create bowls of glistening perfect produce that would never rot, bruise, or attract flies. It's preservation disguised as prettiness. Very on brand for the era. You roll up your sleeves, or at least gently tug them higher, and begin shaping a tiny apple core out of soft beeswax. Your fingers smell like lavender polish and burnt resin. You rub a little powdered pigment onto the surface, a blushing pink, mixed with just enough brown to make it look temptingly edible. It is not. Ask Beatrix. She tried once. These wax fruits were sometimes purely decorative, arranged in ceramic bowls on parlor mantels, where no actual food was allowed. But more often, they were part of educational models, especially in girls' schools. One notable academy even had a full wax produce display for nutritional study, which mostly meant staring at a fake melon while someone read Bible verses. Historians still argue whether this hobby was seen as true artistry or just another exercise in refined tedium. But let's be honest, anyone who can sculpt a banana peel with visible bruising deserves at least a small award. And now, to the birds. You step carefully into the other half of the room, the one with the locked cabinet and slightly ominous smell. This is where your cousin Eleanor works. She's what polite society would call eccentric, which is Victorian code for unmarried, and entirely too competent. She's a taxidermist. Yes, it's true. Women in the 19th century, particularly the curious and independently wealthy, took up taxidermy as both science and art. Eleanor doesn't just stuff animals, she poses them. There's a robin on the shelf right now, holding a sewing needle. Below it, a hedgehog in a top hat sits next to a miniature tea set. It's both adorable and wildly unsettling. You've helped her before. Plucked feathers. Painted glass eyes. She once let you name a squirrel. You called it Ambrose. He now guards a paperweight made from a pigeon's foot. Not everyone appreciates these pieces, but a surprising number of society ladies do. There are even clubs, secret exhibitions. One duchess once commissioned a full woodland ball scene mice in tiny gowns, frogs with violins. It cost more than a small cottage. The process, though, is not for the faint-hearted. There's the skinning mercifully not your job, the preserving powders which smell like nutmeg and nightmares, and the endless meticulous posing. You once spent 2 hours adjusting a sparrow's wing to look more wistful. By the end, you were both wistful. Victorian women took to taxidermy with a strange enthusiasm, blending it with romanticism, naturalism, and a dash of morbid curiosity. Some even made morning dioramas, tiny scenes that paid tribute to dead pets' children, or in one case, a particularly beloved goose. And this wasn't just a British thing. Across Europe, upper-class women attended taxidermy lectures, learned how to wire bird feet, and debated the best varnish for beaks. One Parisian lady reportedly preserved her entire parrot collection in a glass-fronted cabinet labeled La Famille. You help Eleanor trim the tail feathers of a jay. Hold the wing open, she says. You do. The feathers shimmer faintly. It's oddly beautiful, if a little haunted. You wonder not for the first time what it says about your society that death can be prettified so convincingly. Of course, not everyone approved. A few nervous husbands insisted taxidermy was unladylike, or worse, dangerously close to science. One article from 1873 referred to the hobby as decay, masquerading as decoration. Eleanor cut it out and framed it. Fringe fact. Some women even wore their handiwork. Tiny taxidermied birds and beetles adorned hats and brooches. A particularly bold trend involved wearing a stuffed hummingbird perched atop a feather fan. You tried it once. A small boy cried. And the wax fruit that found its way into hairpins, earrings, even place settings. You once sat at a dinner where every plate featured a tiny wax pear with your name on it. Beatrix tried to eat hers. Again. By the end of the evening, your hands are sticky with wax and faintly feathered. You've made a perfect plum and helped stage a squirrel fencing match. Not bad for a Tuesday. As you pack up, you glance around the room. It's a museum, a workshop, a sanctuary for oddities and beauty alike. Here, you can be precise. You can control the wild. Whether you're sculpting the illusion of life or preserving a bird mid-flight, you're bending nature into something still and permanent, something safe. And in a world that tells you to be delicate, soft, quiet, you find a strange, undeniable power in creating things that don't just sit pretty. They stare back. It's nearly 9 o'clock now, and the house is steeped in that in-between hour, where everyone pretends they aren't eavesdropping and nothing exciting ever happens, unless, of course, the post arrives. You hear the soft rustle of a maid moving down the hallway, carrying a silver tray with the evening's letters. Your heart gives a small, involuntary leap. There's always the chance that something deliciously dramatic might be tucked among the boring ones. A note from a friend, an invitation to a music hall, or perhaps, if the universe is feeling generous, a lavender-scented envelope written in a hand that sends a shiver through your spine. Victorian women weren't allowed many things, agency trousers the vote, but they were allowed letters. Letters were your world, and writing them, that was practically a full-time job. You had a desk, a set of inks, embossed stationery monogram sealing wax, and a complicated internal catalog of social rules dictating who you could write to, how often, and with how many flourishes. You sit down at your escritoire, its surface littered with scraps of blotting paper and a dried fern or two from last week's pressing misadventure. You uncork your favorite violet ink and reach for a pen with a slightly chewed tip. The letter you're writing tonight is going to your cousin in Scotland, who just got engaged to a man you suspect has a secret second family in Brussels. As you begin, my dearest Eleanor, you slip into that familiar rhythm. Words flow more easily here than they ever do aloud. You're wittier in ink, more observant, even slightly scandalous if the mood strikes. After all, paper listens better than people. Victorian letter writing was less communication and more performance. Entire personalities were cultivated through carefully crafted prose. Some women even had letter personas, alter egos developed through ink and parchment. You know one girl who writes like a duchess and speaks like a hedgehog. Of course, not every letter is private. There's always the lurking fear of an intercepted note or an overcurious housemaid. So you develop a code. References to Tea with Mr. Ashcroft might actually mean you saw him walking past the haberdasher with someone else. Feeling under the weather could imply a 3-day sulk after being left off an invitation list. And if you ever say, the weather has been quite variable, your cousin will know to burn the letter after reading. The postal system was astonishingly efficient. Some cities had up to 6 deliveries a day, which meant you could plan your entire schedule around the comings and goings of envelopes. And you did. A knock at the door might bring joy doom, or just an overly scented card from Aunt Mildred describing her varicose veins in unnecessary detail. There was also a romantic thrill to the whole business. Letters gave you freedom to flirt in slow motion. You could say things you'd never dare in person. A single turn of phrase, "I was reminded of you when I saw the ivy growing on the garden wall," could send your recipient into emotional freefall for days. But here's a little-known fringe fact women sometimes perfume their letters. Lavender rose, or for the bold heliotrope. You've done it too. You dab a drop behind the wax seal and imagine it reaching your recipient like a whispered secret. Whether it evokes longing or sneezing depends on the recipient. Tonight, you decide to include a small pressed clover from the garden. It's a little crooked, but that makes it charming. You tuck it into the fold seal the envelope with a flourish, "Rose wax tonight," because you're feeling hopeful, and write the address in your best imitation of copperplate. Your ink-stained fingers bear witness to a life lived through correspondence. Dozens of letters sent every month to friends, cousins, old school companions, the occasional published author. Yes, published. Because Victorian women also wrote fan mail. Enthusiastic, reverent, occasionally unhinged fan mail. There's an infamous case of a woman writing 47 letters to Alfred Lord Tennyson. He answered 3. Historians still argue whether letter writing in the era was more about connection or self-expression. The truth probably is both. Letters were your mirror and your megaphone. They were your only reliable means of travel, your voice slipping into distant parlors and drawing rooms, crossing seas and sometimes crossing hearts. You save your finished letters in a ribbon-bound bundle. Some are still unsent rehearsals for things you'll never say. There's one written to your mother, but never delivered. Another to a girl you loved, briefly, confusingly, and with great intensity. That one lives in the back of your drawer, folded so many times the paper feels like fabric. And then there's the flip side of the equation: receiving. You remember the time you got a letter from someone you'd half forgotten, a faded friend. She wrote, "I still think of that day in the orchard." You had to sit down. The orchard hadn't crossed your mind in years, and suddenly there it was, real again through someone else's memory. Letters do that. They reanimate the past. They preserve moments in ink like little pressed flowers of thought. You read them by lamplight over and over. You memorize turns of phrase. You feel known. Of course, sometimes the post brings heartbreak, a rejected poem returned unopened, a farewell letter wrapped in civility, a black-edged envelope that turns your hands cold before you even break the seal. You handle those gently. Place them in the back of the drawer. You don't reread them often, but you keep them because they mattered. By now, your fingers are smudged and your nose tingles with dried perfume. The tray will be collected in an hour. You kiss the back of one envelope, a private silly ritual, and place it on the stack. Tomorrow, it will travel through the city in a satchel carried by a man who's never read a novel. But your words will arrive, and someone somewhere will hold that letter and think of you. That's the real magic of post and perfume. You don't need to be in the room to linger there. The fire has burned down to a lazy amber shimmer, casting long shadows on the floor, like tired ghosts stretching their legs. Someone has begun snoring softly in the corner armchair, probably Uncle Charles, who claims he rests his eyes but always wakes up during dessert. You should be winding down, resting being ladylike. Instead, you slip quietly from the parlor and make your way upstairs, skirts brushing the carpet candle in hand. It's time to move your body discreetly privately, and without anyone accusing you of witchcraft or scandal. Welcome to the peculiar world of Victorian calisthenics. Yes, physical exercise was a thing for women in the 19th century, though not quite in the form of gym memberships or kickboxing. You step into the bedroom, where the faint scent of lavender sachets hangs in the air, and you roll out your health rug, a square of thick fabric designed for movement, just in case the wooden floor gives you consumption, or worse, unladylike calluses. You light a second candle and begin your routine. Arms out. Breath in. Bend. Hold. Don't split your stays. Calisthenics in this era was a delicate balance pun, very much intended between health and propriety. Too much physical exertion was deemed vulgar. Too little, and you risked becoming pale and listless, which doctors were convinced led directly to fainting, melancholy, and eventually poetry. Historians still argue whether Victorian women's exercise programs were intended to empower or to tame. The answer, as with most things corseted, is both. You perform slow sweeping arm movements, like a swan trying Tai Chi. Your instructor, Madame Bertel, in this month's issue of the Young Woman's Health Companion, recommends chest expansion drills, which you interpret as awkwardly shoving your elbows backward and praying no one walks in. There's also grace training, which involves walking in a straight line with a book balanced on your head. You tried this once. The book was The Moral Poetry of Sir Felton, and it nearly concussed your sister. You also have a dumbbell set. They weigh exactly 2 pounds each and are carved from painted wood. The accompanying exercise manual assures you that muscle tone is achievable without developing the vulgar biceps of a coal heaver. You roll your eyes and lift anyway. Your arms ache pleasantly by the third set, which feels like a small triumph. But not all Victorian women limited themselves to parlor exercises. Some braved the great outdoors, scandalous for activities like archery, croquet, and even swimming. Though swimming often involved a 15-pound woolen bathing dress, a rope tied around your waist, and the lingering fear of being seen by a man with sideburns. Back indoors, you're breaking a sweat now, though your corset won't allow full proof. You take a moment to loosen the laces slightly, which feels like cheating and liberation. Your reflection in the mirror is flushed, alert, oddly alive. It's almost unnerving. You've gotten used to your face, looking quietly bored. Your mother doesn't approve of this hobby. She says exercise makes a woman coarse in the hips. Your aunt, who was once caught trying calisthenics while listening to Gilbert and Sullivan, has been subject to whispers ever since. But you suspect neither of them have ever felt the quiet euphoria of stretching your spine without supervision. There's also the matter of the apparatus. A few girls, attend sessions at newly established women's gyms, strange rooms filled with wooden bars, velvet ropes, spring-loaded platforms, and earnest instructors in ankle-length bloomers. One friend came back raving about Swedish drills and now swears she hasn't had a headache in weeks. You suspect it's the adrenaline, not the Scandinavians. Fringe fact, Victorian fitness was deeply linked with morality. Calisthenics wasn't just for health, it was thought to improve posture behavior, even purity. A woman who moved well was assumed to think well. One 1875 guide even suggests that each graceful bend renews the spirit toward God. You nearly snort at that one. But hey, if God appreciates a tidy lung expansion, you'll take it. Between stretches, you try balancing on one foot, not just for strength, but for control. That's what this all is, isn't it? A way to feel mastery over a body constantly pinched, polished, and expected to be still. In this room, with only your breathing and the sound of wind brushing the window panes, you get to move without apology. Some nights you dance, just a little. You put on a record. Well, you imagine one. The gramophone is in the drawing room and sway. Nothing elaborate. Just enough to remind yourself you're not just a shape in a dress. Your favorite part of this whole routine, though, the final relaxation pose. You lie flat on the rug arms, outskirt, fanned like a collapsing meringue, and breathe. It's not meditative exactly, but it's something close. The quiet in your mind matches the quiet in the house. For once, no one's watching. You think of other women doing the same thing across the city. In dim rooms, on health rugs, with bruised knees and sore shoulders and small growing defiance. You wonder what would happen if you all stood up, stretched out, and refused to stop. But for now, you roll to your side, rise slowly, and tuck your rug away. Your skin is warm, your blood is moving, and your heart feels just a little more yours than it did an hour ago. Tomorrow, you'll write letters and play piano and press violets between the pages of acceptable books. But tonight, you were strong, quiet, and gloriously unbecoming. You slip back into the hallway, breath slower, now cheeks pleasantly flushed. The candle flickers as you descend the stairs, casting shadows that make the wallpaper's roses appear to move. The house is quiet again. Tea drained, games, forgotten wax fruit cooling peacefully in its bowl. But your evening isn't over yet. You duck into the little sitting room off the corridor, the one that smells like cedar and faint mothballs. This is where the sewing box lives. Not just any sewing box either. This one belonged to your great-aunt Rosewood Brass hinges a lock that doesn't lock anything anymore. Inside it holds an entire secret society of tools and treasures, delicate scissors shaped like storks, ivory thread, winders, bone buttons, tangled skeins of silk thread in every shade, from morning gray to impudent fuchsia. You settle in, lifting the lid, with the reverence of someone opening a miniature cabinet of curiosities. Because that's what this is, half hobby, half heirloom, and maybe part shrine. Sewing in all its forms wasn't just expected of Victorian women, it was demanded. And it became, for many, something much more complicated than a domestic duty. You take out your sampler, first a grid of tidy stitches, begun during one of last year's particularly oppressive summers. The letters are crisp, the border, even the colors, acceptable. It's not the finest piece you've done, but it's the one you reach for when your hands are restless and your thoughts are loud. Needlework was taught early. You remember sitting stiffly on a low stool while your governess demonstrated cross-stitch with all the passion of a funeral dirge. Your first sampler had a crooked queue and your cousin teased you for a week. But now your stitches are tiny acts of defiance. You once embroidered a barely noticeable snake along the hem of your petticoat. No one noticed. Or they did and wisely said nothing. Tonight you're mending a chemise. Not glamorous perhaps, but honest. The fabric is worn thin along the seams, a quiet reminder that even dainty things live hard lives. You turn the garment over in your lap and begin the tiny rhythmic work of repair. Historians still argue whether sewing boxes were purely practical or a form of deeply coded female storytelling. You vote for both. Every buttonhole, every patch, every artful mend carries something of the moment it was stitched. The conversation overhead, the song stuck in your head, the ache in your back from sitting too long in one position. You think of your friend Lydia, who embroiders insults into her pillowcases. Mediocre man. One reads in rose pink. Her mother has no idea. And then there's your own secret project, a handkerchief stitched with barely visible white-on-white text, a quote from a forbidden novel. You plan to drop it one day in just the right drawing room in front of just the right person. The sewing box contains more than thread. There's a little compartment under the scissors, and you keep something there, a lock of hair bound with a blue ribbon. Not yours. You don't touch it often. You don't have to. Hair, after all, was part of the language of sewing too. Victorian women didn't just stitch cloth. They sometimes wove hair into embroidery. Keepsakes, mourning art, even bookmarks. One girl you know carries a braided ring of her sister's curls in her reticule. She says it reminds her to be kind. You suspect it reminds her of grief and of the fine line between sentiment and sorrow. Back to your chemise. You reinforce the seams with invisible stitches, smooth the fabric, and check the tiny gusset at the side, one of those little details that speaks volumes about both craftsmanship and comfort. You're proud of it, even if no one sees it, especially because no one sees it. The act of sewing offers a strange kind of privacy. You can disappear into it, tune out the world. Listen to the scrape of thread through fabric, the occasional pop of a knot, the whisper of the candle flickering behind you. You've had entire conversations with yourself while hemming. And once a minor revelation about your own romantic preferences during a marathon darning session. Spoiler, they did not align with the expectations of your matchmaking aunt. Sometimes you help others. Fix a ripped sleeve, reinforce a stocking. But there's an unspoken code in sewing. Help it must never feel like charity. Oh, I need the practice, is the socially acceptable lie. Everyone plays along. Fringe fact. There was once an official society for the encouragement of female needlework which tried to elevate sewing from obligation to art. They hosted exhibitions, awarded ribbons, even paid stipends. Somewhere out there, your sampler might have earned you 5 shillings and a tiny brass plaque. Still, the line between needlework and subservience is thin. You remember a sermon in which the vicar praised the redemptive stillness of sewing. You nearly choked on your glove. Stillness, yes. But redemptive depends what you're stitching. You tuck the finished chemise away and reach for your real indulgence, the secret sewing. It's a panel you've been working on for months. Silks, lace, scraps, hidden words. a landscape of quiet rebellion disguised as floral embroidery. A tiny stitched fist blooms inside a rosebud. A motto from Mary Wollstonecraft in French, camouflaged in the border. You'll never show it to anyone, but finishing it gives you a thrill that embroidery samplers never could. And then tucked into the very bottom of the sewing box, there's the letter, unsent, folded and refolded until the creases threaten to become rips. It's written to someone who's long gone, not dead just elsewhere. It's full of all the things you can't say aloud. Your fingers brush the paper, then pull away. Not tonight. You pack up your threads. Snip the final trailing piece with your bird-shaped scissors. Fold the fabric, smooth the seams. Your hands are tired, but pleasantly so. You've built something tonight, fixed something, stitched something true, and you've kept a few secrets hidden in plain sight between the folds and seams. Because sometimes a sewing box holds more than needles. Sometimes it holds you. You extinguish the candle and carry your sewing box back to its resting place beneath the tablecloth in the corner cabinet beside a chipped figurine of a shepherdess with a slightly haunted gaze. The house feels heavier now. Not darker exactly, but quieter. A different kind of quiet. Because tonight, you're doing something more solemn. You're crafting with memory, with loss, with hair. Yes, hair. Victorian mourning culture was a full-time occupation one, with rules, stages, accessories, and a shocking amount of artistic expression. And for women, it came with its own rituals. Tonight, your fingers will braid a lock of hair into a small loop that will soon become part of a mourning brooch. It is delicate, tender, and very, very weird. Welcome to the world of memory hair art. You sit at a smaller desk this time, its surface covered with velvet cloth, to catch stray hairs, bits of ribbon, and the occasional falling tear. From a tiny paper envelope, you pull a dark brown curl cut months ago, just before the funeral. You'd almost forgotten how it shone in candlelight. Making mourning jewelry out of human hair was not only common, it was cherished. Hair doesn't decay, you see. It endures. A lock from the dearly departed could be worn around your neck, sewn into a brooch, twisted into a ring, or arranged into intricate floral shapes beneath a pane of glass. You begin by spreading the hair out on the velvet. It's soft and strangely cool. You dampen it slightly with a fine mist part, water part, rose oil, and begin to braid. Tiny, careful plaits, left right under pull. Again. You hum a hymn you don't remember learning. Your hands move automatically. This isn't the first time you've done this. You've made hair rings for siblings, framed keepsakes for friends, a mourning chain that links 5 family members, all of them gone before 30. You didn't wear black for all of them, but you carry each one on your wrist, your neck, your breastbone. Quiet declarations of grief. Historians still argue whether Victorian mourning crafts offered genuine comfort or merely reinforced a morbid obsession with death. But to you, they offer a sense of doing something with your grief, something with form, with structure, with purpose. You're not alone in this. Entire mourning manuals existed to guide women through grief, outlining what to wear, how long to weep, and yes, how to craft. There were mourning workshops, specialized jewelry shops, and one very enterprising widow who offered mail-order hair art kits. Just send a lock and a note. The result, a butterfly made from your brother's curls, or a wreath spelling out forever in the hair of your late fiancé. The Victorian era wasn't squeamish about death. You were expected to feel it, display it, sew it into your handkerchief. That was your job. Your father got a black armband and a week off hunting. You got an entire year of dull fabric-veiled bonnets and whispered questions about your constitution. And if you wanted to cope creatively, that was encouraged, especially if it involved productive mourning. Mourning that resulted in a tasteful brooch, not public hysteria. You work the braid, slowly curling the loop into a teardrop. This piece will be placed inside a small oval setting framed with seed pearls and a bit of pressed forget-me-not. You think of the person, it's for a cousin, young, kind, forgettable in the way the world often lets young women be. You remember the way she once snuck marmalade into church. Beside you is a display box filled with other finished works. A wreath of hair, flowers, each one a different relative. A bracelet so finely woven it looks like horsehair, until you remember whose it was. A locket with a compartment that once held teeth. Best not to dwell on that one. There's also the shadow box, a masterpiece of mourning art. A tree made entirely from woven hair strands its trunk, knotted tightly, the branches loose and curling like smoke. It's dramatic, sentimental, possibly haunted. It took you 6 weeks to finish and left you with permanent calluses on your fingertips. You consider adding to it tonight. One more strand, one more branch. But your hands are tired and the air feels dense. No, tonight the teardrop brooch is enough. Fringe fact Queen Victoria popularized much of this. After Prince Albert's death, she wore mourning attire for 40 years and kept a lock of his hair by her bedside until her own death. The public followed suit, adoring their queen, copying her grief, immortalizing their loved ones in glass and jet and ghostly blonde curls. Of course, not everyone understood. Some men found it unsettling. One visitor to your house once saw the shadow box and asked, "Why does that picture smell like old perfume and sadness?" You said it was art. He didn't return. There are darker stories, too, of women who went too far, who couldn't stop braiding, who filled entire drawers with hair not their own. One case involved a governess dismissed for secretly snipping locks from her pupils. Historians whisper. Some say she was in love. Others that she believed hair held memories and wanted to collect them like keepsakes. You tie off the braid and insert it into the brooch mount, pressing the glass down gently. It clicks shut like a sealed promise. This piece will be sent next week, wrapped in velvet, delivered by hand. It will be worn over a high-necked blouse close to the heart. It will look beautiful. It will hurt. You clean your tools, gather the stray strands, and fold the velvet cloth over the desk like a curtain closing on a play no one applauded. You feel drained, but clearer somehow. Like grief when given shape stops rattling the walls quite so much. And in this quiet house, with its rustling curtains and scent of lavender and beeswax, you've made something sacred from what remains. Hair doesn't fade. Not quickly. Not like memory. That's why you craft with it. That's why you save it. Because you don't forget someone just because they stopped speaking. You forget them when you stop holding their place in the room. Tonight, you made a place. The brooch is tucked away now, wrapped in its little velvet cocoon, waiting to be delivered to someone who may cry when they open it, or simply nod and press it to their chest in quiet recognition. Either way, your part is done. You breathe out slowly and step into the hallway again, the carpet muffling your steps as you move toward the conservatory. The temperature shifts as you push open the heavy glass-paned door. It's cooler here, damp. The air smells like wet soil and crushed mint, and somewhere in the shadows, something drips rhythmically. Probably condensation, hopefully not an escaped frog. You tug your shawl a little tighter and kneel beside a cluster of maidenhair ferns. They tremble delicately, as if surprised to see you. This is your domain now, the soft, unruly world of amateur botany. It's a favorite among Victorian women, this obsession with plants. Not just because flowers are pretty, though they are, or because gardens are good for long, dramatically thoughtful walks. They're excellent for that. But because studying botany gave women a socially acceptable reason to explore, to collect, to know. You run your fingers lightly over the leaf of a begonia, its veins raised like a secret map. You whisper its name to yourself. You've learned to say them properly. Begonia rex polypodium, vulgare impatiens balsamina. Latin rolls off your tongue like forbidden poetry. Your plant journal lies open on the table nearby, a pressed petal marking the page. You've written careful notes in tidy script, observations, growth patterns, a little poem you're debating erasing. Historians still argue whether women were truly encouraged to study plants or simply tolerated when their interest didn't interfere with marriage prospects. But the truth is, botany was one of the few sciences where women could dig in literally and figuratively without raising too many monocled eyebrows. You hear the conservatory door creak behind you. Probably the cat. Or possibly your sister come to ask where the cinnamon biscuits went. You ignore it and focus instead on the shelf of spore samples beside the door. Yes, spores. You've got a growing collection of mushrooms and ferns dried and labeled in tiny handwriting. You're particularly proud of one labeled found under Lady Salter's garden bench. Probably poisonous. Smelled like cheese. The thing is, some of these fungi can kill you. Others make excellent ink. A few, under the right circumstances, make you see things that aren't there, like Queen Victoria doing cartwheels, or your great-aunt's ghost finally apologizing for that comment about your posture. You've read books on the subject. Real scientific books, though, getting them wasn't easy. Some were borrowed under false pretenses. It's for my brother. Others snuck in among copies of the Lady's Floral Messenger and Devotional Ferns for the Sabbath Heart. One even had a warning written in pencil, for men and botanically inclined women only. You underlined that and kept reading. Botany has also introduced you to a surprising network of women, fellow collectors, and amateur scientists who send you pressed samples through the post. One woman from Wales sent a dried bluebell so perfectly preserved you nearly cried. Another once included a note that read simply, "Don't eat this one. Trust me." Fringe fact. Some women even discovered new species. Officially, of course, their brothers or husbands took the credit. But in letters and field notes, their names appear scratched into the margins like wildflowers between paving stones. You rise from your crouch and move to the table where your microscope waits. It's a newer model secondhand, but functional. You adjust the light with a practiced hand and slide in a specimen, a sliver of moss, collected yesterday from the stone wall behind the baker's. Under the lens, it looks like a tiny forest, like something from a dream. This, too, is part of the hobby. The close examination, the willingness to go smaller, deeper. You lose time here, staring into worlds that live quietly beneath your boots. Sometimes, you sketch what you see. There's a whole page in your journal filled with overlapping drawings of spores and pollen. You tried to color them once, but the pigment bled through and made everything look like it was crying. Out in the garden, past the frost-covered windows, your plants sleep under cloches and canvas tarps. They wait like you do for spring. Until then, you tend to the indoor ones. Fussy orchids, eager begonias, a fern that refuses to behave. You whisper to them. Not in full sentences, just syllables sounds nicknames. You're not sure it helps them grow, but it helps you. Sometimes you think about what you would do if you weren't born into all this. If you could be a real scientist, a real collector. You imagine yourself in trousers, scandalous, wading through bogs, collecting specimens, writing papers. You'd sign them Dr. Thornwell just to see the look on someone's face when they realized you were a woman. But for now, this conservatory is your kingdom, your quiet laboratory, your greenhouse chapel. You take one last note in your journal, something about the way the spider plant droops just before rain, and close the cover. You run your fingers over the spine, smile softly, and extinguish the lamp. Outside, the wind shifts. A soft patter begins rain, or something close to it. You feel the plants lean slightly, like they know. And you're still kneeling in the quiet soil under your nails, Latin in your mouth, and more power in your little notebook than most men could imagine. You step back inside from the conservatory, shaking a bit of condensation from your sleeves and brushing a fleck of moss off your hem. The house has gone almost entirely still now, wrapped in that velvety hush that only appears when everyone's too tired to keep pretending they're awake. The lamps are low. The fire is out. You should be too. But you've got one last indulgence in mind tonight. You push open the narrow door to the studio, really just a glorified closet with a skylight and a faint smell of turpentine. The gaslight sputters as you enter, casting an eerie golden hue across the cluttered little room. This is where your brushes live, your pigments, your old tin of burnt umber that refuses to open unless you curse at it. You're about to enter the world of painting by gaslight, both literally and metaphorically. You settle on the stool, smoothing the wrinkled muslin cover of your practice canvas. The subject is simple tonight, a vase, a peach, and an overturned teacup. But under the flickering gaslight, they look like something from a fever dream. Shadows lurch sideways. The peach glows like it's radioactive. The teacup looks personally offended. Perfect. Painting wasn't just a pastime for Victorian women. It was a battleground, a place where you could dare to be visible, not as a muse or a model, but as the maker. You mix your palette slowly. Ultramarine vermilion, a touch of yellow ochre. The brush feels like an extension of your hand, of your will. You dab the paint blend, wipe, repeat. It's quiet work, hypnotic. The gaslight hisses gently beside you, and you try not to breathe too deeply. You're fairly sure the fumes are not medically advisable. Then again, neither are corsets or your cousin's cooking, and you survive those regularly. There's something seductive about painting at night. The house asleep, the colors warmer, weirder. You once painted a still life of rotting grapes at 2 a.m., and it turned out hauntingly beautiful. Your aunt called it concerning. You took that as high praise. Of course, most of your painting is done in daylight bowls of flowers, jugs of water, maybe the occasional cottage scene for a thank you card. That's what's expected. But at night, you experiment. Skulls, abstract blurs, the shadows on your sister's face when she's pretending not to cry. You studied the old masters, of course. You know your Turners and your pre-Raphaelites. But your true inspiration is someone less approved, Gwen John. Her interiors, her faces, her muted defiance. There's a rumor she once told someone she'd rather paint than marry. That made you stare at her self-portrait for a good 10 minutes just to see if the brushstrokes winked. Historians still argue whether Victorian women painters ever truly escaped the male gaze or just painted around it. Some say the art world was open to women. Others point to the endless lady amateur exhibitions held in church basements and drawing rooms, always encouraging but never serious. You scrape a bit of excess pigment from the canvas and mutter something about artistic interference, which is what you now call moments where a painting does not, despite your best efforts, want to behave. Tonight's peach has gone rogue. You dab at it, smudge it into obedience. It now looks more like a haunted apricot. You let it stay. Painting by gaslight forces you to make peace with imperfection. The light lies, shadows twist, colors betray you. But there's also magic in it. The way the flame flickers across the canvas, creating illusions, even as you try to tame them. You once painted a vase of peonies and came back the next morning to discover they looked like melting sea creatures. You kept them anyway. Fringe fact: some Victorian women artists developed special night palettes, toned down pigments they believed would render more accurately under artificial light. Others wore tinted spectacles to compensate for the yellow glow. One artist supposedly painted an entire portrait under candlelight, only to discover by daybreak that the subject looked like he'd emerged from a swamp. You pause now to clean a brush carefully with rags that have absorbed years of mistakes. Each smudge has a memory. The time you spilled green paint on your white gloves. The time you painted your governess's portrait and gave her a slightly more generous chin. There's a drawer beneath your stool that holds your unspeakables, the paintings you don't show anyone. One is a self-portrait, unfinished, with your face blurred and a moth on your shoulder. Another is of a girl you met once at a garden party, laughing with her mouth wide open and her corset slightly askew. You only saw her for a minute, but she's there now forever in oil. You wonder what will happen to these pieces. If someone will find them, burn them, frame them. Try to guess what you were thinking. You secretly hope someone assumes they were painted by a man. That would be hilarious. There are moments like now when you forget you're a Victorian woman. When you're just a pair of hands, a pulse, a bit of color on a brush. The world narrows to canvas and breath. It's the closest you've come to silence without being asleep. You work a little longer. The painting isn't finished. Will probably never be finished, but it feels right. The peach glows unnaturally. The teacup sulks. The shadows in the background look like they might whisper if you listen too long, just the way you like it. You clean your brushes in silence. Replace the caps on your jars. The turpentine clings to your skin, your lungs, your thoughts. You'll smell like this all night. You don't mind. One last glance at the canvas. One last flick of the light. The gas lamp dies with a sigh. And in the dark, the colors keep humming, the lingering scent of turpentine trails behind you as you slip quietly through the hallway, shoes in hand, to avoid that one creaky floorboard outside your aunt's room. You pass the grandfather clock, ticking like judgment, and descend the staircase with the stealth of a cat burglar. Your goal isn't scandalous, just dangerous in a different way. Tonight, you're not crafting or painting or calisthenicking. You're sharpening your words like a blade, because tucked inside the writing desk drawer, hidden beneath a stack of blank thank you notes, and that one rejection letter from the Queen's Own Floral Verse Society is your half-finished letter to the editor. Yes, the editor of the Times of London. And tonight, you're going to finish it. You ease into the high-backed chair, adjust the lamp, and pull out your letter. The paper is thick, the ink nearly dry. You reread the last line, which you ended dramatically with. To suggest otherwise is not only intellectually lazy, it is morally bankrupt. You let out a tiny, satisfied sigh. That was a good line. Letter writing is one thing. But this opinion writing, this is bold. This is dangerous. This is in some corners of your society borderline unladylike. And that's precisely why you love it. The Victorian press was a behemoth, but it had cracks wide enough for the determined to slip through. While newspapers were dominated by male voices thundering about Parliament and price indexes, women, especially those with patience, a steady hand, and a dangerously high tolerance for hypocrisy, found ways to wedge themselves in. The letters to the editor section became a battleground, and your pen a bayonet. You dip it back into the inkwell and press on. Tonight's subject: the appallingly smug essay published yesterday declaring that women's suffrage would lead directly to the collapse of civilization, spontaneous fainting in Parliament, and possibly poor umbrella etiquette. You counted 6 uses of the word hysteria, 7 if you include the footnote. So you're responding. You don't use your real name, of course. You sign with your favorite pseudonym, a gentlewoman of temperament and tea. It's just evasive enough to pass, and just cheeky enough to make the right sort of reader smirk behind his toast. Historians still argue whether pseudonymous letters were acts of safety or rebellion. You know the truth, they're both. You lace your words with facts, quoting Greek philosophers, and your Aunt Edith, who once managed a 5-acre estate without losing her temper or her hat. You ask pointed questions in a ladylike tone. You reference real statistics, which your brother once said was not suitable for a lady's mind. And then, just for spice, you insert a quote from Jane Eyre. Not the part about love, the part about fire. But it's not all politics. Sometimes your letters are simply about daily absurdities, like the one about the butcher who charged you extra for being soft-spoken, or the time the vicar's wife declared women shouldn't read novels because they might develop longing. You wrote back anonymously, if longing is a danger, then so is poetry, music, and walking by moonlight. Shall we outlaw those next? They didn't publish that one, but someone did pin it to the notice board at the lending library. There's a thrill to sending these out. Not just the writing, but the knowing. Knowing you've said something true, something necessary, something that might rattle a monocle or two. One of your letters even sparked a miniature scandal, though no one knew it was you. Well, almost no one. No. You remember that afternoon when Mr. Sedgwick mentioned that terribly clever letter about education reform. You pretended to be shocked, blushed convincingly, thanked him for holding your teacup, all while screaming internally. You've never played charades half that well. Fringe fact. There were entire underground networks of Victorian women writers corresponding, editing, and sometimes collaborating on opinion pieces by candlelight. They sent manuscripts across the country in secret smuggling thoughts through lace and ink. Some even published books disguised as etiquette guides that were really feminist manifestos in disguise. One was titled On Proper Posture and the Politics of Sandals. You reach the end of your page and begin a new sheet. Your hand aches, but your mind hums. This is the closest thing to combat you're ever allowed. and you're winning word by word. You know it won't change the world overnight. It may not even be printed, but someone will read it. Someone will hold it lips pursed tea, cooling in their saucer, and think, who is this woman? And that thought alone is worth the ink stains and the sleepless night. You finish with a flourish, dot your pseudonym, and blow gently across the page to dry it. You fold it crisply, slide it into its envelope, and seal it with wax emerald tonight for no real reason except that you like the drama of it. In the morning, you'll mail it discreetly, slipping it into the stack of family correspondence. No one will know. No one will guess. Except maybe your sister, who has the same crooked smile you get when you're lying and knows your hand in ink from across a room. But she won't say anything. She has her own letter, to her own editor. And one day, perhaps you'll publish openly, boldly, under your real name. But for now, you write in the shadows, under gaslight, with truth tucked between the lines like a pressed flower. And as you slide the finished envelope into your satchel, you feel it. You've just done something. Not seen, not approved, but real. And tomorrow, when your family discusses the letter over breakfast, you'll nod, politely, feign confusion, and sip your tea like a lady. You return the envelope to your satchel and blow out the lamp. The scent of warm ink clings to your sleeves, your fingertips, even your breath. But tonight isn't just about solitary scribbles and whispered rebellions. Tonight you're expected to socialize. Ugh. You pull on your shawl, blue embroidered, slightly threadbare, and step into the night. The air is sharp with that cold that sneaks into your bones without asking permission. Somewhere down the street, a dog barks once, then gives up. Probably knows better. You're headed to rehearsal, choral society, a phrase that sounds like it should involve solemnity and pews, but is in reality a bizarre little blend of music friendship, restrained chaos, and occasional sabotage in three-part harmony. The church hall where you rehearse is nothing fancy, high ceilings, bad acoustics, wooden benches that squeak at inopportune moments. But it's warm, lit by oil lamps and enthusiasm, and filled with women like you, corseted, curious, and desperate for a space to make noise. You're late, of course, not that anyone cares. The altos are already arguing about the key change in the second verse. The sopranos are giggling in a clump by the coat hooks. Someone's brought marmalade scones. Someone else is trying to tune a pitch pipe with all the frustration of a person trying to reason with a goat. You slip into your usual seat and greet the girl next to you with a whisper and a raised eyebrow. She's got a pencil tucked behind her ear and an expression that suggests she may have rewritten half the score. Again, choral societies were wildly popular in Victorian times, especially among women. On the surface, they were about piety and refinement, music as moral nourishment, harmony as a metaphor for society, blah, blah, blah. But let's be honest, they were also about getting out of the house, about doing something loud and communal in a world that constantly begged you to be quiet and solitary, about laughing, about feeling your voice swell and ricochet off ancient rafters. You open your sheet music and take stock of tonight's program, a sacred cantata yawn, a seasonal hymn better, and something suspiciously upbeat that smells like a glee club rebellion smuggled in under a fake title. The choir mistress, a tiny woman with terrifying posture and a baton sharper than most fencing foils, claps twice and begins the warm-up. You hum, you sigh, you do the lip trills and nonsense vowels. Someone hits a high C too early. Everyone glares. It's tradition. You sing, and the notes rise around you like heat, first in unison, then in harmony. You're a mezzo-soprano, which means you get all the chewy middle parts, never quite soaring, never quite grounded. You like it here. It's where the tension lives. There's an undeniable intimacy in choral singing. You learn to breathe with other people, to feel their timing, their fear, their triumph. You hear the girl 2 seats down miss her cue and see her blush spread like spilled wine. You remember when that was you. You once read that singing together slows heartbeats, synchronizes brainwaves. That doesn't surprise you. Tonight you feel it. A collective breath, a shared resonance. For a few measures, you're not a lady or a daughter or a disappointment. You're just a sound. Historians still argue whether Victorian choral societies were politically neutral or quietly radical. Some claim they reinforced gender roles. Others insist they built the foundation for future activism. You suspect both are true. After all, what is a choir but a practice in speaking together? You glance down at your score. In the margin is a small doodle, possibly a heron, possibly your choir mistress, with a longer neck. You nudge the girl beside you, and she stifles a laugh. You were not born to be docile. Not entirely. Fringe fact, one of the earliest female choral groups in England once performed an entire madrigal cycle, rewritten to include commentary on corsetry. They were banned from the church naturally. But the sheet music survives. You've seen a copy. It's deliciously sharp. Rehearsal moves on. The cantata gives way to something livelier, a song in 4 parts with too many key changes and not enough vowels. You love it instantly. You belt your notes, catch the soprano when she stumbles, and clap offbeat with everyone else just to be difficult. You know some of these women better than your own cousins. You know who's falling in love, who's secretly engaged, who's rehearsing just to avoid being home. There's comfort in it, community without the strain of perfect posture and polite small talk. During a break, someone pulls out a flask disguised as a prayer book. You sip something that burns. Not wine, not tea, something in between. You cough, everyone cheers. You sing one last piece, a haunting one modal, droning like the wind moving through old rafters. You close your eyes. Somewhere in the harmony, you forget yourself. Just for a moment. You forget the day, the chores, the letters you wrote in secret. You are only sound, only breath, and then it's over. The final chord dissolves. The room is silent but charged. Your voice is gone spent, trailing behind like mist on a window pane. You gather your coat brush crumbs from your lap and step back out into the cold. Your breath puffs in front of you, white and short. Behind you, someone hums the closing refrain. You hum along quietly under your breath. Because music, like most things women do in the dark, has a way of staying with you. Even after the last note fades, the night air still echoes faintly, with that last haunting harmony as you make your way back toward home, shawl pulled tight and cheeks tingling with cold. Your voice is hoarse, your hands are freezing, and there's a smear of mysterious something on your glove, marmalade ink, or possibly courage. But you're not quite ready for bed. Not yet. You step inside, shut the door gently behind you, and head for the study. It's quiet in here, warmer, and lit only by the low flicker of an oil lamp. The shelves are lined with books, some spiritual, some botanical, and some so dusty they may legally qualify as relics. This is where your father keeps the family's collection of suitable literature. You open the glass-fronted cabinet slowly. The hinges groan. Inside, rows of worn Bible's hymnals, and thankfully, your favorite odd little treasures. Because tonight, you're returning to one of your more unusual passions cataloging the natural world. Not just for science, not just for beauty, but for something in between. You settle at the desk and pull out your field notebook, a soft, worn ledger filled with sketches, pressed leaves, dried wings, and precise tiny notes. You call it your cabinet of curiosities, though it's really just a growing inventory of all the things that fascinate you but don't quite fit anywhere else. Tonight's entry, beetles. You open the small wooden case where you keep them. Pinned, delicately iridescent carapaces flashing under lamplight. Some are brilliant green, others striped like candy. One, which you affectionately call Horace, has antennae so long they seem more opinion than biology. Victorian women had a quiet fascination with the natural world, one that often teetered between reverence and obsession. Birds, beetles, flowers, feathers, stones, things that fit in pockets, things you could collect and keep, things that made you feel like an explorer, even if your entire expedition took place in your aunt's back garden. You label the beetles with a steady hand, your ink bottle balanced dangerously close to the edge of the desk. July 3rd. Found beneath elm root near the wash house. Feigned death for nearly 20 minutes. Thoroughly relatable. And then beside the beetles, you place a pressed leaf. Not a pretty one. Not decorative. This one's laced with rot. Holes like lace. Evidence of some invisible nibbling. You don't mind. It tells a story. In your catalog, imperfection counts as character. On the shelf above you, your bird collection waits. Not taxidermy. Eleanor's department, but drawn. Illustrated. You started sketching them 2 summers ago, watching them from the attic window with binoculars you weren't supposed to borrow. There's a page dedicated to sparrows, each one slightly smug. A heron that looks like it's judging you. A pigeon with delusions of grandeur. You pull the bird ledger from the shelf and flip through it. Most of the pages are annotated, seen during Aunt Lydia's funeral, appropriately somber, or refuse to be identified. Possibly mythical. This is how you study. Not in lectures or laboratories, but in margins and late-night entries. You are a collector, a noticer, a quiet participant in the age of discovery, a naturalist with a sense of humor. Historians still argue whether women like you, amateur naturalists, collectors of oddities, were doing science or merely flirting with it. But they miss the point entirely. You're not just collecting for curiosity. You're trying to understand how the world works, what makes a beetle shine, why moss grows on the north side, why some birds leave and others stay through the cold. And sometimes, if you're honest, you're trying to prove to yourself that you exist, that you're seeing things no one else has noticed, that you're not just someone's daughter, someone's piano playing, letter writing, mourning, jewelry making ornament. You reach for the Bible on the table not to read it, but to retrieve what you've tucked inside. Your forbidden notebook, the one where you keep your sketches of mushrooms with faces your entries about the green beetle that bit you rude, and that one incredibly poetic paragraph about a slug that felt vaguely romantic at the time. You read it now and cringe, but not entirely, because at least it was honest. Fringe fact. Many Victorian women were involved in early conservation movements, writing essays, collecting data, and even forming societies dedicated to the protection of birds and butterflies. There's a letter from a Lady Hargraves in your notebook sent in response to your inquiry about identifying a suspiciously striped moth. She signed it, yours in wings, and wonder. You nearly framed it. Sometimes, you share your discoveries with others. Quietly. You include pressed leaves in your letters, tiny annotated feathers in your gifts. You once made a friend cry by showing her a drawing of her favorite lark, based solely on her description. Nature connects you to people in ways society won't allow. You're not allowed to talk about desire, but you can talk about how bees flirt with flowers. You can't ask someone if they think the world is too big and too small at once, but you can hand them a tiny beetle and say, "Look how it glows in the dark." And that's what this hobby is, really. It's not just cataloging the natural world. It's creating a language to say the things you aren't allowed to say. You close the notebook, gently blow out the candle, and sit in the dimness a moment longer. The silence buzzes with life. You feel the house breathe around you, creaking and settling like it's listening. Birds, Bibles, beetles. Proof that something small can matter, that something delicate can survive, that someone like you can make sense of the world, one wing, one leaf, one beetle at a time. You leave the study quietly, notebook clutched to your chest, the image of Horace, the beetle, still dancing somewhere behind your eyes. Upstairs, the hall is dim. A draft slips through the floorboards. Somewhere, a clock chimes once, as if to say, "You're still awake." Yes, yes you are. Because tonight, something rare is happening. You're going outside, with equipment. You pull on your boots, soft-soled, and only mildly inappropriate for a lady, and tiptoe out the back door with a bag over your shoulder. Inside the bag, one heavy camera box, one tripod, one bundle of glass plates, a cloth hood, and a slightly irrational hope that nothing explodes. Congratulations. You are now a Victorian amateur photographer. It's not a fashionable pursuit yet, at least not for women. But that's part of the appeal. It still feels like trespassing, like sorcery. You're capturing light itself, bottling it on silvered glass, and turning moments into permanence. Science and art perfectly fused, with just enough risk to make it thrilling. You make your way down the garden path toward the little shed you've claimed as your makeshift darkroom. The sky above is cloudless, the moon too bright for comfort. Ideally, you'd photograph by sunlight, but time and privacy are rare commodities. Night is what you have. Victorian photography, you've learned, is a study in contradiction. Grand and grubby, precise and messy, glorious when it works, a nightmare when it doesn't. You've ruined dozens of plates, overexposed a wedding, accidentally double exposed a self-portrait with your cat. Still you persist. You set up your camera with practiced care. The tripod legs sink slightly into the damp earth. You attach the box camera. Slide in the plate holder. Hold your breath. You've chosen tonight's subject carefully, a cluster of ivy winding up the garden wall. Under the moonlight, it looks almost like it's moving. You think it might say something in the right light. Maybe a secret, maybe a memory. You pull the black cloth over your head and peer through the ground glass. The world inverts, left becomes, right light becomes shadow. You adjust the focus slowly, gently, like coaxing a child to sleep. Everything slows down. Your mind clears. It's just you and the image waiting to be caught. Click. You close the lens. Plate exposed. A tiny miracle. Historians still argue whether early female photographers were taken seriously by their peers. Some were Julia Margaret Cameron, for instance, with her dreamy portraits and unapologetic blur. But many worked in private developing prints, in kitchens turning bathtubs into dark rooms, photographing their children in makeshift studios lit by the uncertain sun. You admire those women deeply. You envy them too. At least they didn't have to beg for sodium thiosulfate under the name cooking salt. You return to the shed and enter your dark room, where red glass casts everything in bloody amber. You remove the plate. The chemicals sit in their jars, ominous and murky. You pour. You tilt. You wait. The image appears slowly, as if emerging from the past. Your ivy, your moonlight, your angle. It's imperfect, of course, but it's yours. And now, the dangerous part, flash powder. Sometimes, especially for indoor portraits or still lifes, you need a burst of light. More drama, more detail, more, well, risk. You have the powder ready, carefully stored, mercifully dry. Your hands move with precision. You set the tripod in the kitchen, line up a bowl of fruit you definitely do not intend to eat, and prepare the flash tray. You light the fuse. A split second later, whoomph! Light explodes across the room. The cat yowls. The parlor clock coughs. You blink. The world returns, slowly, edges still glowing. You check the plate. It's magnificent. Dramatic shadows, crisp edges. You may have singed your eyebrows slightly, but that's part of the charm. Fringe fact. In the 1860s and 70s, some women in America and Europe made entire careers out of photography. One opened a portrait studio in Paris that served only female clients, offering freedom from the judgmental lens of male photographers. Another traveled through India, documenting colonial life with brutal honesty, in a parasol that doubled as a rifle case. You have no rifle, but you do have your next plate and an idea. You return outside, this time placing the camera where the path curves past the garden's edge. You remove the lens cap. Then you walk slowly, dramatically into the frame. You stand there, very still, for the required exposure time. Your silhouette just discernible in the shadows. A ghost in the ivy. A Victorian woman, captured not in lace or loveliness, but in quiet defiance. You've done this before. You have a whole series hidden in a box under your bed. Self-portraits, in windows, reflections, in tea trays, shadows on wallpaper. You call it your invisible series? No one knows. No one needs to. Photography for you is more than art. It's proof that you were here, that you saw something, that you made something last. You return to the shed, process the plate, and sit there while it dries. Your hands smell like vinegar and metal. Your skirt is dusted with ash. You feel alive. You clean your tools slowly, methodically. Slide the plates into sleeves. Wrap the camera in its cloth. Everything in its place. You glance one more time at your new photo. Your ghost self lingers in the garden moonlight, on her shoulders, ivy behind her. Silent, unapologetic. And you think if anyone ever finds these decades from now, they'll wonder who she was. And why she stood so still in the dark. You hope they guess right. You leave the dark room. Quietly, camera tucked safely beneath your arm, the sharp scent of developer still clinging to your sleeves. The sky has begun to shift, no longer fully night, not quite morning. That pale pre-dawn blue leaking in at the edges. Your mind hums with chemicals and shadows and a strange, quiet pride. You should sleep. Really. But you won't. Not just yet. Because as you pass through the conservatory again, your unofficial greenhouse temple laboratory, you remember the tray of seedlings near the far wall. You kneel down beside it, fingers brushing the glass cloche covering the pot. The leaves inside are trembling, thirsty, full of attitude. You're not just a plant lover. You're a full-fledged Victorian houseplant therapist. And you've got a fussy aspidistra to prove it. Houseplants were the darlings of the Victorian domestic world, ornamental, oxygenating, and just independent enough to make you feel like you weren't totally alone in the parlor. If you were truly fashionable, you didn't just display plants. You curated them. You slide off the cloche and inspect your current patient, the aspidistra, stiff, spotted. You sigh. This one's dramatic even by fern standards. You wipe its leaves gently with a bit of cloth, soft strokes, circular, like whispering, "There, there." I know. You check the soil, moist, but not soggy. You rearrange the pot ever so slightly, so the leaves can catch the sunrise when it finally arrives. And you mutter under your breath, "You are not dying. You're being difficult. This is the routine." Plants aren't just decor. They're a full-time job. They sulk. They thirst. They throw tantrums when you move the piano. But when they thrive, oh, it's like applause in slow motion. The Victorians adored exotic flora, especially ones with unpronounceable names and utterly unreasonable requirements. Palm fronds, rubber trees, orchids that demanded humidity levels only achieved through witchcraft or very good plumbing. You have a small collection, modest but personal, a spider plant that has not forgiven you for pruning its offspring, a shy philodendron that only blooms when no one's watching, a begonia that seems to enjoy opera music. You're not kidding. It visibly perks up during soprano arias and droops during bass solos. Fringe fact: the aspidistra became such a staple in Victorian homes that it earned the nickname the cast iron plant. Because it could survive just about anything, smoke soot, neglect mediocre poetry readings. It was practically the Victorian housewife of the plant kingdom. But you know better. Even the toughest plants get tired. You water it carefully and shift your attention to your prized fern, a Boston fern that your cousin sent from Bath, with a note reading, "This one's as high maintenance as I am. Good luck." You spritz it with a little rose water, another one of your questionable plant care theories, and whisper something vaguely encouraging. Grow, you darling mess. Keeping these plants alive is no small feat. The average Victorian home is about as plant-friendly as a chimney. Gas lamps, coal smoke, low-light, damp walls. And yet somehow you coax beauty from it. Life. Green things with opinions. You even joined a ladies' horticultural society mostly for the access to rare cuttings and the extremely passive-aggressive newsletter. One notes that Mrs. Everleigh's fern this season is unusually robust. One wonders what form of miracle her soil contains. You've also been secretly experimenting with terrariums, little worlds inside glass domes. You saw one once at an exhibition, orchids under curved glass, misted from within, self-sustaining radiant. You went home and recreated it using an old biscuit tin and part of a broken carriage lamp. It worked. There's something almost alchemical about houseplant care. Soil, light, water, time, patience, magic but slow. You're not just keeping something alive, you're tending a relationship. The plant doesn't bloom out of duty. It blooms because you listened. Historians still argue whether this obsession with houseplants was a displacement for deeper emotional needs or simply a trend born of empire and exhibition halls. You say it's both. Owning exotic plants came with layers, pride, performance, and occasionally problematic imperial undertones. Every lily from Ceylon or fern from New Zealand arrived with its own implied story of conquest. But for you, these plants are less about empire and more about presence. Proof that beauty can exist in small, persistent forms, even on a windowsill in a cold country. You pause now, fingers tracing the veiny pattern of a calathea leaf. It moves slightly toward the window, sensing the light you can't yet see. You know that feeling. One of your favorites is the sensitive plant Mimosa pudica, a delicately feathery thing that curls up when touched. You keep it hidden in the guest room, mostly because you hate when people poke it for fun. That feels like cheating, like pressing a bruise just to see what color it turns. The room begins to brighten by degrees, just barely, enough to make the dewdrops on the fern's fronds glisten. You sit back, exhale, and let the plants fill the silence. You know people who talk to their canaries, their clocks, even their furniture. But you talk to your plants because they never interrupt. They never judge. They just keep growing. Slowly, quietly, with their roots down deep and their leaves always reaching for something better. You reach for your garden journal, yes, another journal, and jot down a few updates. New shoot on the pothos. Strange fuzz on the ficus. The cactus still hates you. Noted. You close the book hands, earthy heart steady, and you think, in a world that wants you delicate, you keep cultivating strength. In a society that asks for obedience, you grow things that sprawl, climb rebel. In a house full of rules, your plants still reach toward the sun. And so do you. The sun is beginning to stir, just a thread of pale light fraying across the window pane. But inside, the lamps are still lit. The house feels hushed, caught in that strange breath between night and day. You should be crawling into bed by now, but instead, you move toward the smallest parlor, the one with the crooked chair legs and the faint smell of cinnamon and candle wax. Tonight's gathering, if you can call 3 women and a nervous maid, a gathering has nothing to do with embroidery or literature or social reform. No. Tonight, you're channeling something far older, wilder, more unspoken, because tonight you are hosting a séance. Or, as your invitation so demurely phrased it, an intimate evening of curiosity and communication. You light a fresh candle. Then another, low, flickering, atmospheric. The shadows lengthen just so. You've placed the round table in the center of the room, draped it in lace, added the good teacups, the ones without chip marks, and placed a small crystal bowl of salt in the middle because someone said it keeps away bad spirits. That someone was Mrs. Featherstone, who once fainted during a card trick and now believes she's clairvoyant. Your guests arrive one by one. Clarissa wearing a velvet ribbon around her neck for spiritual conductivity. Agnes, who claims she only came for the biscuits, but brought her late aunt's ring just in case. And Lizzie, your maid, who swore she wouldn't participate, but is already hovering near the door. Eyes wide, hands twitching, like she's expecting something to knock from the other side of the veil. You dim the lamp and place your hands lightly on the tabletop. The others follow. The room falls silent, except for the wind pressing gently at the windows. You begin, not with summoning or spells, but with intent. You speak aloud. If any spirits are present, we welcome your company. If you're feeling chatty and reasonably polite. A pause. The table doesn't shake. The lights don't flicker. Agnes coughs once and apologizes to the dead. Victorian England was mad for spiritualism. Seances, table tipping, ghost photography, automatic writing. If it involved the afterlife and could be done in gloves, someone was doing it. Especially women. It gave you access to something powerful, something forbidden, all under the gauze of mourning. Historians still argue whether it was about grief or control, whether women were genuinely seeking answers, or finally found a way to speak and be heard in rooms where their voices were otherwise unwelcome. You know what it is? It's possibility. You close your eyes and breathe. The room holds its breath with you. Clarissa starts humming. Agnes whispers, "Did you feel that you didn't?" But you nod. There's a reason women made such effective mediums. You already knew how to sit still, how to listen, how to interpret silence. You'd been trained for it all your life. Spiritualism just added candles and drama. You take out the planchette, a heart-shaped wooden pointer, worn smooth from too many nervous hands, and place it on a sheet of paper marked with letters and numbers. Lizzie murmurs, "That thing always gives me chills." You grin. That's the point. Fingertips rest gently, eyes close again. The planchette begins to move slowly at first, then with more confidence. C, O, L, D. Clarissa gasps. It's chilly in here, isn't it? You resist the urge to say, "Yes, that's how winter works." The messages continue nonsense mostly. Jumbled letters, half-formed names. Margot was a particular highlight. Possibly a spirit. Possibly Lizzie's nerves. Hard to say. And then suddenly, the room shifts. A draft where none should be. A flicker of movement in the corner of your eye. Agnes clutches her aunt's ring and whispers, "She's here." You're not convinced, but you also don't want to ruin the moment. So you ask softly, "Is there something you'd like to say?" The planchette stills. Then why? You wait. Then you. Oh, well, that escalated. Clarissa squeals. Lizzie gasps. Agnes starts crying. You take a breath. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe it wasn't. Fringe fact. The Fox sisters. America's famous spirit mediums confessed late in life that much of their early spirit rapping was fakery. But by then, spiritualism had grown too large to collapse. Even Queen Victoria dabbled, allegedly contacting Prince Albert from beyond to remind her to wear gloves more often. You end the session gently. Thank the spirits. Blow out the candles. Everyone's a little shaken, a little thrilled. Clarissa hugs you. Agnes pockets the salt bowl. Lizzie claims she needs a walk, but really just wants to check her reflection for ghost residue. You're alone now. The table still warm where your hands were. The ring of wax on the cloth faintly glowing. You gather your tools with care. Fold the spirit board. Store the planchette. The notebook stays open. You jot a few notes. Message received. Unclear meaning. Emotional response. High. Skepticism level, moderate. Fun absolute. You've always loved the edges of things, the blurred boundaries between known and unknown, whether it's science or superstition, light or shadow, life or something after. You're not sure what happened tonight. Probably nothing. Possibly something. But there's power in asking, and more still in listening. You turn off the lamp. The room returns to darkness. And as you step into the hallway, you feel something at your back. Not ominous, not alarming, just interested. You smile and whisper over your shoulder, "Good night, whoever you are." You return to your room as the house begins to yawn and stir. The warmth from the seance lingers, part candlelight, part nerves, part the thrill of maybe having crossed into something otherworldly. But now you step back into a world far more dangerous than ghosts. Imagination. You settle into your bed, but not to sleep. No, not yet. Because tucked beneath your mattress, beneath the respectable moral manuals and an unfortunate sock puppet from childhood, is a small stack of forbidden fiction. Penny dreadful sensation novels, yellowbacks from the railway stalls, and that one borrowed volume that smells like pipe smoke and scandal. Tonight, you're going to read. Really read. And not the acceptable kind about plucky orphans who learn needlework and patience. No, you're diving into the world of fiction fandom and forbidden stories. You pull the coverlet around your shoulders, light the bedside oil lamp, dim, flickering perfect for secrets, and open your current obsession, The Highwayman's Bride. The frontispiece alone could get you disinvited from any decent tea. A woman in a torn bodice fainting beautifully, while a masked man with glorious cheekbones holds a pistol and a stolen ruby. Is it historical fiction? Romantic thriller? Revenge plot? Yes. This is the sort of story your governess warned you about. Overly emotional, she called it. Morally disruptive, said your aunt. Utter genius, you say, turning the page with glee. You read about moonlit escapes, dagger duels, passionate declarations, and disguises involving mustaches that no one ever questions. The heroine's name is usually something like Lenora or Celestine, and she always has just enough sense to run, but not quite enough to avoid returning to danger for love. You adore her. Victorian women weren't supposed to read this kind of fiction. It was too thrilling, too passionate, too full of possibilities. And yet you all did. Tucked into Bibles, hidden in sewing baskets, read by candlelight, with one ear trained to catch footsteps on the stairs. Fiction was escape. But more than that, it was permission. Historians still argue whether these stories were damaging or liberating, whether women were lured into unrealistic expectations or quietly preparing to demand more from life. You know your answer. These books saved your mind. The heroines you read about didn't wait politely for invitations. They rode horses through thunder. They forged wills. They kissed people before marriage. Occasionally, they even carried weapons. One impressively had a sword and a doctorate. You've read Jane Eyre too, of course. Twice. Once as assigned reading. Once with the feverish desperation of someone trying to decode their own feelings. You underlined, "I am no bird," and "no net ensnares me," then rewrote it in the margin. But if I were, I'd bite the hand that caged me. Some of your friends prefer the gothic stuff, ghosts, old mansions, hidden wives in attics. One girl you know memorized entire passages from The Woman in White and quotes them whenever anyone mentions marriage. Another wrote an anonymous fan letter to Wilkie Collins and got back a politely baffled reply. You keep a scrapbook, a secret one, of course. Clippings from reviews, illustrations of your favorite heroines, speculative timelines, letters you wish you could send the characters. In another life, you'd run a literary salon. In this one, you host whispered discussions in the library alcove and pass books wrapped in linen like contraband. Your governess once caught you reading Lady Audley's Secret and confiscated it for moral review. You stole it back the next day. She never noticed. Probably because you replaced it with a gardening manual and a bookmark that said patience is a virtue. So is lying. Fandoms aren't new. Not at all. Victorian women were some of the first literary stands writing sequels, parodies, even fan fiction. You've done it too. Once you rewrote the ending of a particularly cruel love story so that the heroine set fire to the manor and sailed away with the maid. It was very satisfying. Fringe fact. There were even circulating libraries with secret shelves ones that kept the scandalous fiction just behind the travel and etiquette section. You knew to ask for the lavender copy, which often led to a librarian nodding solemnly and handing you something with a heroine named Delilah, an account who definitely wasn't noble. You turn another page. The highwayman is now fighting someone named Lord Haversham, obviously the villain atop a moving coach. Your heart pounds. Your tea has gone cold. You don't care. There's something about reading in secret that makes every word land deeper. You're not just absorbing the story, you're inhabiting it. Riding shotgun, holding the pistol, falling in love with the wrong person at exactly the right moment. Sometimes you wonder if any of the men who write these novels realize what they're doing. Probably not. You suspect most of them think they're writing for bored wives or intellectually idle ladies. But what they've really created is a blueprint for disobedience. Because once you see a woman, escape, run, choose, fight, it's hard to unsee it. Hard to go back to being good. You reach the end of the chapter. The heroine is standing on a cliff, hair wild, heart broken but free. You close the book slowly and hold it to your chest. You don't want her world. Not exactly. You'd miss clean water and your slippers and possibly peaches. But you want her freedom, her voice, her refusal to apologize. You slide the book back under the mattress and extinguish the lamp. In the dark, you whisper her name, Celestine, and yours. Not quite the same, but closer now. Morning is a pale breath away now. The shadows have changed, no longer secrets, but memories. The lamp is cold. The book sleeps beneath your mattress, still warm from your hands. You've done it all tonight. Written, sung, planted, painted, conjured, escaped. You should feel exhausted. But instead, you feel alive. Because there's one last place to go before sleep. Not a room. Not a ritual. But a movement. You pad barefoot down the hallway, past the library and the dining room to the small, narrow closet no one but you seems to care about. Inside, pamphlets, petitions, bundles of flyers tied in twine, and a tin box with your name scrawled on the lid, only your first name. For deniability. This is your quiet rebellion. Your part in the great slow boil of clubs, causes, and candlelit campaigns. You light a stub of candle and open the tin box. Inside, folded notes, meeting minutes, a torn piece of ribbon, once worn by a woman who dared speak in public, and a knitting needle with the initials P.S. carved into the wood. You don't know who P.S. was. You don't need to. Because this movement isn't about knowing everyone. It's about joining them. Victorian women's clubs were often dismissed as harmless tea circles, gatherings for embroidery, hymn singing, and passive commentary on bonnets. But dig a little deeper, and you'll find fire. Hidden behind cups of weak Darjeeling and floral stationery were bold ideas, education, reform, suffrage campaigns, workers' rights, abolitionist letters, written with shaking hands and furious ink. You've attended meetings, slipped out after supper, sat on cold benches beside women of all classes, gloved fingers trembling as they passed around flyers that could get them banished from polite society. You've listened to speeches about voting, about wage gaps, about the right to speak without permission. You didn't agree with everything, but that wasn't the point. The point was showing up. Tonight you're making flyers. They're printed by hand, slowly, laboriously, on a tabletop press, operated by Miss Hartley, who once set her corset on fire trying to feed paper through it. You still tease her about that. She started carrying a metal spoon in her pocket for defiance. You read over one of the leaflets now. Votes for Women. A future worth stitching. Yes, you helped write that headline. Yes, it made you proud. You begin folding them carefully one by one. Tuck a few into the hollow of a knitting basket. No one checks there. The rest will be slipped into hymn books, dress pockets, or hidden beneath plum cakes at next week's garden party. The message will spread quietly, patiently, like seeds. Your club doesn't have a proper name. It has aliases. Sometimes it's the East End Tea Society. Other times, the Women's Historical Reading League. Once, gloriously, it was the Committee for the Moral Advancement of the Goose. That one was a decoy, of course, but it got your pamphlets into 5 different churches. Fringe fact: some suffragettes used embroidery as protest. They stitched banners, slogans, even prison numbers into linen. One woman sewed "I am not ashamed" into her collar and wore it to every dinner party until someone finally asked why. She said, "Because you expect me to be." You seal the last bundle with a bit of ribbon and place it in your satchel. In the morning, you'll deliver it to Miss Pembroke, who will pretend it's a jam recipe exchange. In return, she'll give you a new speech to memorize. Something about taxation without representation. Something you might one day recite from a platform if they ever let you. Sometimes, when the weight of everything presses down too hard, the expectations, the silence, the walls, you think about what it would feel like to shout. Not just in a drawing room or a letter, but outside in public where everyone hears. You imagine standing on the steps of Parliament, wind in your hair, your voice clear and sharp. You'd say something like, "We are not asking for permission. We are asking for justice." And then you'd drop your knitting and walk away. Not today. But one day, you tuck the knitting needle back into its hiding place. You press your fingers to the wax seal on the tin box. And then you blow out the candle. Outside, the sky has cracked open. The first threads of morning unravel across the horizon. And you, quiet revolutionary, slip back toward your room. Tired, yes, but stitched with purpose, watered with laughter, photographed in silver, written in violet ink, and blooming, always blooming, toward the light. Now, the candle's gone out. The fire has cooled to soft embers. The world outside your window is no longer dreaming, it's beginning to stir, stretch, and blink against the new light. But you don't need to follow just yet. You've wandered through parlors and pressed violets between pages. You've stitched silence into beauty, sung with a choir of rebels, and coaxed houseplants into conversation. You've told stories with brushes with beetles, with the kind of patience only a Victorian woman truly understood. You've walked 100 roads in soft boots, read 1,000 forbidden pages by gaslight, and dared to write things no one was supposed to read. You've joined clubs that hide pamphlets in knitting baskets. You've held the past in your hands, sometimes literally, when you braided the hair of someone lost and transformed it into something living. Now your hands are still. Your breath is slower. The night has passed and you've survived it, not just by enduring, but by creating, exploring, laughing, and loving quietly in corners, with glances, with pressed flowers, with notes written in the margins of someone else's expectations. You don't need to move now. You don't need to do anything. Let the world begin without you for once. So close your eyes. Let the aspidistra guard the window. Let the beetles keep watch over your dreams. Let the fictional highwaymen and spectral whispers and candlelit campaigns curl gently around your heart. You are not forgotten. You are not erased. You are here. You are here. And everything you touched, needle leaf, letter lens, still remembers. Sleep well, my gentle troublemaker.